2024 Ordinary Council Meeting. We acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and their elders past and present. I would like to advise everyone that the audio and video of this meeting is being live streamed to YouTube. I request everyone to please turn off your mobile phones. I remind you that any recording of the meeting proceedings and photography within the chamber is prohibited unless prior approval has been granted, and councillors and city officers are reminded to disclose any declarations of financial interests and interests affecting impartiality and are requested to activate their microphones when addressing the meeting. That brings us to item 1 of the agenda, which is the declaration of opening. So I declare this meeting open at 1 minute past 6 p.m. Item 2 is a disclaimer. The City of South Perth disclaims any liability for any loss arising from any person or body relying on any statement, discussion, recommendation or decision made during the meeting. Item 3 is announcements from the presiding member. That's me. There's no such announcements this evening. Item 4 is attendance. Item 4.1 is apologies. I have received an apology from Councillor Andre Brandis this evening. And item 4.2 is approved leaves of absence, of which there are nil for this evening. Item 5 is declarations of interest. I had received a declaration from Councillor Jennifer Navard with relation to a proximity interest in item 10.5.1 as, open quote, my interests are impartial as the family has been resident in the same dwelling across from Sir James Mitchell Park for 77 years and we are completely accustomed to the location's busyness at times, close quote. But Councillor Nevada, I understand that you wish to withdraw that proximity interest, is that right?
I wish to no longer declare it because I consider it trivial and insignificant. And that was some advice I'd been given. So.
Okay, I might just get you to repeat that with your microphone on.
Oh, sorry. I wish to withdraw my declaration because I consider the proximity is trivial and insignificant because we're talking about the South Perth foreshore. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I've declared an impartiality interest in item 12.6 as the motion seeks to change the reporting requirements that I'm subject to. Councillors, does anyone else have any declarations of interest that they'd like to make this evening? Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to confirm that the declarations that were made last week at the agenda briefing in relation to 10.2, the register has been not read out because I've withdrawn that motion.
I believe that's correct, but Ms Fryer? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Any other declarations, folks? Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just following on from Councillor Coveney's declaration, I also made a declaration in relation to that same item, so I understand that would have been withdrawn for this evening as well. The impartiality interests are made for the item that's been withdrawn.
Yes, okay.
So I want to ensure that that's off the record as well.
Yeah, no, that's the reason those declarations are no longer there.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Moving on to item 6, which is public question time. Item 6.1 is responses to previous public questions taken on notice. That's nil. Item 6.2 is public question time, and I now open public question time at 4 minutes past 6 p.m. We've received 5 written submissions prior to tonight's meeting, so to begin with, I'd like to invite Mr Barry Drake of South Perth. If you'd like to come to the microphone, welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
My name is Barry Drake. I live at Unit 3, Number 2, Scenic Crescent, South Perth. Good evening, Mr Mayor. Good evening, councillors, officers, members of the gallery, and good evening to everybody listening out there on YouTube. My questions tonight relate to the sporting facilities that the city want to build on Sir James Mitchell Park so the Wesley can go there and play cricket and football. Question number 1. When and if sporting fields are built on Sir James Mitchell Park, will every school in Western Australia have equal rights to use the facilities as would Wesley?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams.
So far, the only decision that's been made in relation to playing fields on Sir James Mitchell Park is to undertake an initial feasibility study, which is currently being actioned. We're a long way off determining whether those fields could in fact be built, and even further away from determining how they would be utilised.
Thank you, Mr Adams. Your second question, Mr Drake.
Question number 2. If a member of the public is struck by, for example, a cricket ball while walking in Sir James Mitchell Park, who would be liable?
Thank you. Mr Adams.
So the issue of liability is determined on the specific circumstances relating to an incident. So an answer to that question can't really be given. In any case, the city does have public liability insurance for incidents that occur on city-owned or managed properties.
Thank you, Mr Adams. And your third question, Mr Drake.
Question number 3. Who will decide which school has the right to use the sporting fields if they are built in Sir James Mitchell Park?
Thank you. Mr Adams.
So council will determine if the fields will actually be constructed, and they will also determine how they will be used.
Thank you, Mr Adams, and thank you, Mr Drake, for the
Thank you,
questions.
Mr. Mayor.
I'd now like to invite Ms Kay Poe of Como. If you'd like to come to the microphone, welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Good evening, everyone. On May 26, prior to the Council's decision not to proceed with the option to lease Collie Reserve to WASP, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Prendeville attended a WASP Strategic Turf fundraising meeting at the Richardson Park Club Room. Their attendance raised significant community concerns about potential conflicts of interest, as it was unclear in what capacity they participated in the meeting. These concerns were further heightened by the fact that both elected members supported the option to lease motion raised by the Deputy Mayor in February, and that Councillor Prendeville is a former WASP president and an active committee member. It was noted that neither councillor declared an impartiality interest regarding their attendance at this meeting during last month's council meeting. The officer report for item 12.6 states that if there are concerns about elected members being influenced, all elected members should be subject to the same reporting requirements outlined in Part 2C of the Notice of Motion. Question 1. Does the city consider that councillor attendance at meetings like the one I've described would be better addressed under the proposed policy that applies Part 2C to all elected members, particularly with regard to mitigating community concerns?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams.
The city believes that there are adequate disclosure provisions within the Act, the regulations, the Code of Conduct and existing city policies to ensure that, if complied with, any relevant interests are made known.
Thank you, Mr Adams. Your second question, Ms Poe.
Does the city believe that implementing this policy would encourage elected members to maintain an arm's length approach, promote transparency and accountability, and demonstrate a proactive commitment to building public trust within the community?
Thank you. Mr Adams.
No, the city's position with regard to the proposed policy is outlined in the report.
Thank you, Mr Adams. And your final question, Ms Poe.
Can the city elaborate on how the recommended workshop with elected members would be conducted and whether the public would have an opportunity to provide input on this policy?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams.
So workshops on policies are generally held with elected members as part of the policy development process and involve the city officers presenting a draft policy to elected members. Feedback is sought through that process, and the policy is then either amended or not, and then presented to council for adoption. The community has the opportunity to provide deputations or ask questions when the policy is on the agenda for adoption by council.
Thank you, Mr Adams, and thank you, Ms Poe, for your questions.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Ms Joanne Ord of Como. If you'd like to come to the microphone, welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Hello, I don't have a preamble. Each question is about a different topic. So first one is about the scooter trial. So the motion states that the City of South Perth should not delay an e-scooter trial, although I'm not aware of the City previously announcing a commencement date for an e-scooter trial, so I'm unsure how a delay exists. And regardless, listening to the questions last week, Mr Bradford highlighted that one of the main expected routes of e-scooter use was from South Perth into the city. And he said a significant reason for conducting the trial with neighbouring districts, namely Vic Park and City of Perth, is so that people wouldn't have to find a new scooter every time they approach the boundary of a different district on their way into Perth and return. Does the City consider that an e-scooter trial conducted with neighbouring districts would be better utilised by the community and therefore be more successful, rather than limiting the trial to the bounds of the City of South Perth?
Thank you for the question. Mr Bradford.
So our view is that the best user experience for e-scooters would occur when a member of the public can hire a scooter in one local government, not have to get off or change to a different brand of scooter at a local government boundary. And we're of the view that the motion does not preclude the City ensuring that any trial in South Perth is coordinated with neighbouring local governments to ensure that that best user experience is achieved.
Sure, thank you. Question 2 is the floating venue trial. So the motion refers to a floating venue EOI at Coode Street Jetty and asks for Council's in principle support. However, the Department of Transport owns Coode Street Jetty and the City does not have any sort of tenure over that jetty. So Mr Bradford stated Node 2 strategy focused on land-based options, as the City has control of Node 2 land. And having read the PWP and the City's Node 2 strategy, I agree that land-based options were contemplated. Mr Adams then also advised EBCA would prefer to see an overall concept of Node 2 for context when considering proposals. And in fact, Node 2 concept funds for planning were allocated in the 25-26 budget, which isn't really far away at all. So perhaps a temporary floating venue would be best assessed alongside land-based options during concept planning, as there are many elements involved at this jetty location. And then outcomes from the concept planning period would then allow Council to make an informed decision rather than having to decide prematurely whether to support an idea without substantial detail. And then an EOI may also be more attractive to any applicants if the concept scope at Node 2 is available to them. Does the City see any reason why a floating venue could not be properly considered during Node 2 concept planning?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams.
So the proposed notice of motion is intended to lead to a trial of a non-permanent facility at Coode Street Jetty. This would essentially occur while the planning for Node 2 was being undertaken. However, given it's not time critical, it could be undertaken after the planning for Node 2 has been finalised.
Thank you, Mr Adams. And your final question, Ms Ord?
So it was noted last week that only one of the 7 motions brought to Council were run past the City admin prior to lodgement, and now in fact one of those motions has been withdrawn. So in order to best support the City admin's efficient use of time and therefore ensuring prudent expenditure of ratepayer funds and avoiding submission of motions that may be ill-conceived or ill-timed, for example, could the City please advise whether there exists a procedure on this issue, or if the City has expressed to councillors outside of last week's meeting what it considers best practice when submitting motions?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams?
Standing orders and policy P672. Elected members are entitled to raise notice of motions where they believe it's appropriate to do so. However, best practice would be for such motions to be discussed with the CEO prior to being submitted to determine whether there is a more efficient way of achieving the desired outcome.
Good.
Thank you, Mr Adams, and thank you, Ms Ord, for the questions.
Cheers.
I'd now like to invite Ms Carolyn Burnett of Salter Point, if you'd like to come to the microphone. Welcome to you. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I don't have a preamble, but my questions all relate to item 12.4, Notice of Motion South Perth Seaplanes. So first question, I note that the notice of motion at item 12.2 to remove clause 10A, disclosure of political party associations from the Councillor Code of Conduct, and the abolition of the public register of disclosure of political party associations for elected members was withdrawn at the nth hour. With consideration of that register, this question is for the City or Council, depending on who can best answer it. I'd like more information, please, about the public breakfast. As noted on the public register of developer and lobbyist associations for elected members, the register states the breakfast was attended by Mr Kingy of Swan River Seaplanes and Councillor War on the 27th of September. Was it a breakfast event organised by the City, or was it the Liberal Party business breakfast hosted at the Karralee that morning, attended by WA Liberal leader Libby Mattam, Liberal Deputy Leader Steve Martin and Liberal candidate Basil Zemplis, along with Ms Bronwyn War as Liberal candidate for South Perth?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams.
The City is not aware of which event is being referred to, as the City has not recently organised a public breakfast event.
Thank you. Question 2. Is it best practice for a councillor to ask a business owner with whom their interactions apparently commenced at the aforementioned breakfast if they would like a motion such as item 12.4 concerning Swan River Seaplanes to be raised at council?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams.
As I stated before, to achieve a desired outcome, councillors can put forward notices of motion that they believe to be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr Adams. And your final question, Ms Burnett.
And question 3. At the agenda meeting, Mr Adams advised the City has spent between $80,000 to $90,000 in the last 18 months on the Queen Street Jetty to ensure Swan River Seaplanes remains able to operate from that jetty. However, motion 12.4 refers to Council providing in principle support to establish a jetty for Swan River Seaplanes closer to the existing Men's Street Jetty owned by the Department of Transport. Mr Bradford advised the development application had not been received, and if such an application does eventuate, then the City would consent to the application being submitted, which is not to be construed as City support for an application. The City has advised their assessment or commentary for or against any application provided to DBCA would be independent of Council, and that the Minister for Environment would determine any application. This motion appears to put the cart before the horse in seeking Council provide in principle support to a proposal without detail or costings. So other than the CEO penning a letter that would likely be short on detail, what does this motion achieve?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams.
The proposed motion, if passed, would result in the CEO informing the Minister for Lands and each of the named state government agencies of Council's in principle support for a new jetty to accommodate the Swan River Seaplanes at Men's Street.
Thank you, Mr Adams, and thank you, Ms Burnett, for the questions.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Ms Cecilia Brooke of South Perth. If you'd like to come to the microphone, welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors and city staff. Our questions are connecting to item 10.5.1 policy review. Page policy 687 development of council owned land preamble. It is recommended in the review of this policy that policy 687 be revoked to enable the city to be solely responsible to prepare proposals for development of council-owned land for council's consideration. COSPRA is alarmed at this prospect, as those that drafted the existing policy must have been fully cognizant of the need for an independent review of any matter that the city quite clearly has a financial interest. Question 1, has the city sought legal advice on whether such a revocation of the policy will be in breach of standards expected by the Department of Local Government regarding financial conflicts of interest?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams.
No, it has not, and there's no need to. This policy does not affect how the city deals with conflicts of interest. These are prescribed in legislation, codes of conduct and management practices. And this policy was put in place in, I think, the early 2000s. And since then, a number of regulations have changed which affect how some of these things are dealt with anyway. So our view is that this policy is actually unnecessary at present.
Thank you, Mr Adams. And Ms Brooke, just before you ask a second question, I note that we've gone over 15 minutes of public question time. I'm going to use my power to extend public question time for a further 15 minutes. We shouldn't need another one after that, so there won't be a need for a vote. Apologies for the interruption. Please continue with your second question.
Thank you. Has the City considered the public perception that this change will have?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams.
All matters pertaining to the rezoning, sale and development of city-owned or managed land are brought before Council for a decision. If Council is of the belief that independent advice is required and has not yet been sought by the City, it can direct that such advice be obtained. This policy has the unintended consequence of the City incurring significant costs for independent advice when it's not actually needed.
Thank you, Mr Adams. And your third question, Ms Brooke?
Is there any imminent sale of land that has precipitated this proposed policy change?
Thank you for the question. Mr Adams?
No, there is not. And any sale of land has to be a decision of Council. It also has to follow the prescribed processes as set out in section 3.58 of the Local Government Act. This requires public advertising and for Council to consider public submissions before proceeding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Adams, and thank you, Ms Brooke, for the questions. Okay, I'm just going to check in with governance to see if there were any late questions in the tray. And the answer is no, thank you. All right. In that case, I close public question time at 21 minutes past 6. We now move on to item 7 of the agenda, which is confirmation of minutes and notes. Item 7.1 is minutes. Item 7.1.1 is the ordinary council meeting held on 24 September 2024. So I'm about to call for a mover and a seconder to move a motion that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held 24 September 2024 be taken as read and confirmed as a true and correct record. Could I have a mover? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Someone to second? Councillor Navard, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose this? No? Then I'll simply declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 7.2 is notes of briefing. I'm about to call for a mover and a seconder to move that council notes that the following council briefings and workshops were held. 7.2.1, concept briefings and workshops, and 7.2.2, the council agenda briefing dated 15 October 2024. Could I have a mover? Councillor Coveney, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Choi, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose this? Nope. Okay, then I'll declare that carried unanimously. Item 6 is presentations. Sorry, item 8 is presentations. I think I said item 6 there. Item 8.1 is petitions. That's nil for this evening. Item 8.2 is gifts or awards presented to council. That's nil for this evening. Item 8.3 is deputations, and deputations were heard at the council agenda briefing heard on the 15th of October 2024. We now move on to item 9, which is the method of dealing with agenda business, and I'll seek confirmation from the Chief Executive Officer, Mr Mike Bradford, that all the report items contained in tonight's agenda were discussed at the council agenda briefing, noting that item 12.2, a notice of motion from Councillor Nick Coveney entitled Political Register, was withdrawn by Councillor Coveney prior to this meeting. Mr Bradford.
That is correct, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. So, with the exception of those items to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, reports will be adopted by exception resolution. And by this, I mean that the officer recommendations will be adopted as is without discussion or amendment. The following items have been withdrawn for discussion tonight. The first is item 10.3.1, entitled Scheme Amendment Number 1 to Local Planning Scheme Number 7, Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Draft Local Planning Policy, Unhosted Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Advertising, and Revocation of Policy P350.18, Short-Term Accommodation. And the reason for that is Councillor Bronwyn Waugh has an alternative motion. We've also withdrawn item 10.3.5, entitled Proposed Change of Use, Multiple Dwellings to Unhosted Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Lot 8, number 8 of 5 Clarence Street, South Perth. The reason for that is Councillor Mary Choi has an alternative motion and an amended motion. We're withdrawing 10.4.3, entitled City of South Perth Cats Local Law, 2024. The reason for that is an absolute majority is required. We've also withdrawn item 10.4.4, entitled City of South Perth Fencing Local Law 2024. Again, an absolute majority is required for that one. We've also withdrawn 10.4.5, entitled Local Government Elections Review of Walga Advocacy Positions. The reason for that is Councillor Nick Coveney has an alternative motion. And we've also withdrawn 10.5.1, entitled Policy Review. The reason for that is Councillor Mary Choi has an alternative motion. Councillors, does anyone wish to withdraw any other items for discussion this evening? That's a no? Okay. All right. So I'm about to call for a mover and a seconder to carry the following items by exception resolution. And those items are item 10.1.1, entitled Proposed Lease of Portion of Lot 3 on Plan 14563, City of South Perth Civic Centre for a Telecommunications Facility. Item 10.3.2, Canning Bridge Activity Centre Plan, Extension to Approval Timeframe. Item 10.3.3, Proposed 3-storey Group Dwelling, Lot 1, Number 52, Capital A, Lenora Street, Como. Item 10.3.4, Proposed Change of Use, Grouped Dwellings to Unhosted Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Lot 1, Number 1 of 15, Angelo Street, South Perth. Item 10.3.6, Request for Tender, 5 of 2024, Provision of various minor concrete works. Item 10.4.1, Listing of Payments, September 2024. And item 10.4.2, Monthly Financial Statements, September 2024. Can I have a mover for those items, please? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Someone to second. Councillor Prendeville, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose any of these items? No. Okay. Well, in that case, those items have just been passed by exception resolution in accordance with clause 5.5 of the City of South Perth Standing Orders Local Law 2007, and the officer's recommendations have been accepted by council. We'll now be moving on to the first of those reports to be identified to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, which brings us to item 10.3.1, entitled Scheme Amendment Number 1 to Local Planning Scheme Number 7, Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Draft Local Planning Policy, Unhosted Short-Term Rental Accommodation Advertising, and Revocation of Policy P350.18, Short-Term Accommodation. Councillor Waugh has submitted an alternative motion on this. Councillor Waugh, did you wish to move your alternative motion straight away?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. Perhaps if you can read either what your motion is or how your motion differs from the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so my alternate motion retains all of item 1, 2, 3 of the officer's recommendation. It deletes numbers 4 and 5, which is the revocation of the short-term rental accommodation policy and the replacement of that policy for a new one. And it requests that a new policy be presented, just detailing some additional information.
I might just get you to read the text of the new paragraph 5 so that everyone can hear.
Sure. So paragraph 5 requests the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a policy to be presented to Council on or before the December Ordinary Council meeting that addresses A, how unhosted short-term rental accommodation is to be encouraged in localities near visitor attractions, activities and areas of high tourism value and discouraged outside of those localities. B, identification of appropriate locations for unhosted short-term rental accommodation with particular attention to requirements for different zones. C, future local development plans, precinct structure plans or other local planning policies to ensure that when these are drafted, they are consistent with the unhosted short-term rental accommodation policy. And D, identification of requirements for the management plan, including addressing security measures, emergency phone numbers and out-of-hours protocols for both guests and neighbours and consequences of a breach of the Code of Conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I said paragraph 5, but I think that the 5 might be a typo. Is that intended to be a paragraph 4?
Yes, that's correct, Mr.
Okay, good. All right, let me see if there's a seconder for that motion. Does anyone wish to second? Councillor Coveney has seconded Councillor Waugh's alternative motion. Councillor Waugh, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So tonight I have brought this alternative motion which addresses the proposed scheme amendment and the policy for short-term rental accommodation. Now, I acknowledge the work that has gone into drafting this draft policy, and I believe that there is a need to take a more nuanced approach to regulating the short-term rental accommodation within our city, one that balances the benefits to tourism and local businesses with the need to protect the character of our residential areas and ensure that our residents' rights are respected. The alternate motion that I'm putting forward this evening retains the elements of the scheme amendment because this is important and establishes the necessary legal framework to better manage short-term rental accommodation within our local planning scheme. However, I propose an alternate path for the policy itself. Instead of adopting the draft policy as it stands, I am suggesting that we request an amendment to the policy that specifically addresses the objectives of regulating unhosted short-term rental accommodation and refines our approach to where it should be encouraged and where it should be discouraged. So the key point that I want to emphasise is that not all areas within our city are suited to unhosted short-term rentals. There are localities, particularly those near visitor attractions, tourism hubs and areas of high tourism value, where unhosted short-term rental can be beneficial. In these locations, the short-term rentals can provide much-needed accommodation for visitors, support local businesses and contribute to the vibrancy of these precincts. However, in purely residential areas where tourism is not a primary consideration, unhosted short-term rental can cause friction, disrupting the peace, affecting housing availability and changing the character of neighbourhoods. So this alternate motion aims to address this by amending the policy to explicitly state where the unhosted short-term rental accommodation is to be encouraged and where it is to be discouraged. It's important that we clearly identify the appropriate locations for short-term rentals with a particular focus on different zones within our city. So this means taking into account future development plans, precinct structure plans and other local planning policies to ensure that they're all consistent. And in doing so, we can provide clarity for both hosts and residents and avoid ad hoc developments and ensure that our planning decisions align with our broader strategic goals for the city's growth and development. So the alternate motion proposes an amendment to the management plan requirements for unhosted short-term rental accommodation. One of the key concerns surrounding short-term rentals is the potential for management issues, particularly in unhosted properties, and this is why I believe it is essential that the policy includes robust requirements for management plans, not just about ticking boxes, but addressing key concerns such as security measures, the availability of emergency phone numbers and out-of-hours protocols for both guests and neighbours, and critically, they should outline the consequences for a breach of code of conduct. So this is about ensuring that we have clear expectations for how short-term rental properties are managed and operated, to make sure that our guests feel safe, our neighbours feel respected, and our property owners take responsibility to ensure that their short-term rental operations do not negatively impact on the surrounding community. So if these expectations are breached, there needs to be enforceable consequences to ensure that the policy is effective. The goal of the alternate motion is not to stifle short-term rental accommodation in our city, but to regulate it in a way that is fair, consistent and mindful of both the needs of visitors and the rights of residents. So encouraging unhosted short-term rental in the right areas while discouraging it in others strikes a balance between supporting tourism and maintaining the livability of our neighbourhoods. It's about providing clarity, consistency and ensuring that the policy is future-proofed by aligning it with broader local planning frameworks and development goals. So in my view, this alternate motion reflects a balanced and thoughtful approach to short-term rental accommodation, and I do ask my fellow councillors for your support. Together, I'm looking forward to having a policy that fosters the right kind of growth in the right places whilst protecting the values and character of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Short stay accommodation benefits the owners of those properties and the tourists that don't live here. But what about the 99% of our residents? What's in it for them? That's not apparent to the residents who've approached me, who tell me that it's adverse to their amenity. Tourists coming at all hours of the day, less conscious of noise and without a sense of community responsibility. Many of these short stays are being set up in townhouses in complexes where people live close together and share common driveways. How many negative responses do we get from residents living nearby to these short stay applications? The answer is a lot. Our community is telling us that they don't want them. I accept that we need to protect private property rights, but equally only to the extent that it doesn't adversely impact others. Our community didn't elect us to be bench warmers, they elected us to stand up for them, to be leaders. So it's time we stand up for our community with stricter communities around the locality and stricter provisions around management plans. Our community want long-term residents. They want to know their neighbour. They want their kids to grow up with the kid next door. They want their amenity preserved. And speaking more broadly, the more homes that are used as short-stay accommodation, the less homes we have available for long-term rentals. And we're in a housing crisis. So in my view, we must do our bit. So I encourage you to support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the alternative motion? I might ask a couple of questions. Ms Mullen, has this alternative motion been discussed with the City Administration?
Through the Chair, no, it hasn't. Thank you.
Okay. This alternative motion came in yesterday, well, at least I received it yesterday. I don't know if anyone else received it any earlier. And so I'm not quite as prepared as I would like to be for something like this. Does the City recommend that the Council approve this alternative motion and irrespective of whether the answer is yes or no, if you could tell us why the Administration either does or doesn't support this alternative motion?
Thank you, through the Chair. Officers would obviously recommend that the draft policy that's contained within the agenda is adopted for the purposes of advertising. And then during the advertising period, the City can receive any comments and amend the policy accordingly and then bring it back to Council for further consideration. A number of issues officers would consider would arise from the suggested amendment, or sorry, from the suggested content of a new policy, a revised policy. With regards to encouraging unhosted STRA in localities near visitor attractions, activities and areas of high tourism value, there's no statutory definition of those phrases or words, so officers would have to create a definition of what those areas would be. I think officers would contend that because of the size of the district and location of South Perth, it is actually located within the locality of visitor attractions, activities and areas of high tourism value, and that would be actually the whole district that would contain those areas. Another point is the local planning scheme is set out as what locations certain land uses are permissible, and by extension therefore encourages or discourages such land uses, and don't consider that it would actually need to elaborate further within a policy. A couple of other points. Again, the identification of appropriate locations for unhosted STRA. The scheme amendment actually introduces land uses in accordance with the revised regulations. And officers have proposed changes to land use permissibility within LPS 7, which is considered again identifies as appropriate locations for unhosted STRA. Referencing the need for future local development plans, precinct structure plans or other local planning policies to ensure that when they're drafted, they are consistent with a policy. Policy documents contain statements of council's strategic intent to guide decision making, but are not to be applied inflexibly and are one of a number of planning considerations. And given the status of local planning policies, it's not considered as appropriate to actually say that local development plans, precinct structure plans, and other such documents are actually drafted to ensure consistency with the policy. The draft policy that's before Council tonight, prepared by officers, actually states where this local planning policy is inconsistent with a local development plan, precinct structure plan or other local planning policy that applies to a specific site or area, the provisions of that specific planning instrument will prevail. And I think that actually then indicates the status of policies within the overall planning framework. And finally, the points about identification requirements of management plan, addressing security measures, emergency phone numbers, and the consequences of a breach of a code of conduct. The addition of security measures and emergency phone numbers, that can certainly be included within the requirements of a management plan. Officers wouldn't consider any issue with that. With regards to the consequences of a breach of the code of conduct, whether that relates to the guests or the owner of the property, as a code of conduct or management plan will always form a condition as part of any development approval, is not considered necessary to outline the compliance steps that officer would take should there be a breach of a condition of development approval. So it's not considered necessary to include that within a policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak against the alternative motion? I'll say a few words. So, councillors, there's going to be a little bit of a theme to a lot of my comments this evening. We all know that tonight's agenda is unusually busy, and in item 10 alone we have 13 substantive items for decision, but the agenda also has 7 councillor-led notices of motion, making 20 substantive items for decision tonight. One of those has been withdrawn, but tonight's agenda, particularly once you factor in the flurry of amended and alternative motions that we've received in the last 24, maybe 28 hours, we could fairly describe the agenda as being pretty overloaded. Now, this puts the City Administration under really significant pressure to properly prepare the agenda papers in a timely manner. But it also puts us under pretty significant pressure as we try and give each and every item the attention and consideration that it warrants. I've reached out to a few of you over the last few days, and most of you have indicated that you're a bit struggling to get on top of all the material that's been put on our plate for tonight. And I don't say that as a criticism. I absolutely don't. The agenda is 115 pages long, and we have about 240 pages of attachments. I haven't counted up how many pages the alternative and amended motions are, but it's a lot. It would be really understandable if some of us were struggling to be across everything in the limited time that we've had to prepare for this meeting. This particular alternative motion was received yesterday amidst a flurry of other amended and alternative motions. I've read it. I've considered the reasons given. I'm not convinced, but I know that I've only had one day to consider it, along with a large number of other amended and alternative motions. And I assume that all the other elected members in the room are in the same boat. Councillors, that really does add an element of risk to our decision making. You all know that I've never been a fan of making plans or policy on the run. I've said that in this chamber more than a few times. I am concerned that this alternative motion hasn't been discussed with the City Administration beforehand, and we've heard that the City Administration does have some concerns about this alternative motion, more than a few. I don't think that raising notices of motion of this nature without workshopping the idea with the City's qualified and experienced staff beforehand is good governance. I just don't. I'm also aware that there's been a number of instances in the last year where the council or elected members have disagreed with the planning officers, and it seems to me that the city's planning officers have been proven to be correct on each and every occasion. Maybe I'm wrong about that, that's just my sense. I've been an elected member for 7 years now. In my experience, council disregarding the advice of the city's planning officers rarely turns out well. In fact, I can't think of a single instance where it did turn out well. The officer recommendation, at least as far as the policy is concerned, is simply putting that policy out for public advertising. If we really think that there's problems after we've received the community consultation, we can discuss it then. And I think it's much better to have that kind of a conversation with a reasonable period of notice at a councillor workshop rather than trying to make a snap judgment in the chamber on one day's notice. I think that's a much more sensible way of approaching this issue. So, to conclude, I'm not comfortable with this alternative motion. I won't be supporting it. I am foreshadowing the officer recommendation if the alternative motion is not carried. That's me. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favour of the alternative motion? Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The 10.3.1 in front of us, the last paragraph to me, after considering it, seems smart. I think for me, short-term rental accommodation, the biggest issue for me in this topic is location, and we have such varied suburbs and areas within the city of South Perth, that location for these unhosted short-term rental accommodation properties is really essential. And we think about the objectives of owning and running something like this, and planning for tourism for our city is a big consideration. And this, again, directly links back to the location of the property, attractions that are close by, opportunities, infrastructure and services, tourism potential of different areas, city, social, cultural characteristics and community amenity. In assessing all of these factors and ensuring the success of these short-term rental accommodations, because we want them to succeed, of course we do, but they need to be in the right location. And we want to promote the co-location of complementary and compatible land uses. The impacts on our community is really important. I think Councillor Coveney touched on it earlier. When you're putting something like this, which is causing distress to neighbours in a tiny little, pocket of a suburb within the city of South Perth where there isn't really anything to see anyway. I mean, the tourists would probably be a bit disgruntled rocking up and finding, not much around but families. So I think that's really important. There's also impacts of housing supply that we need to keep in mind. We are in the midst of a housing crisis. So for those reasons, I think what has been presented here is reasonable, and I'll be supporting this alternative.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the alternative motion? No? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favour? Councillor Navard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, it's just a brief comment that Councillor Waugh has raised this matter on a much earlier occasion, and so I think most councillors would be very familiar with the content, if not necessarily in this particular format. And so for that reason alone, I think there was an opportunity for it to be well considered over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Councillors, Councillor Choi, a question or wishing to speak?
I wish to speak, and I can't say which way I'm going to go at the moment. Just wish to express my thoughts, if I may, and some comments.
Far away.
On the face of it, I did support this alternative motion for the reasons already succinctly outlined in Councillor Waugh's presentation. It is the view that these are concerns the community may also share and wish to be clarified in local policy, as my fellow councillors have already set out in their comments. As the new STRA regime begins to roll out, I'm quite certain we are going to receive even more feedback than what we've already started to receive from residents. So I believe we need to be prepared and ensure we have policies in place to help guide us through all of that. But before I make my decision tonight, I would like to hear from Councillor Waugh, if she's so inclined, on the points raised by Ms Mellon and the Mayor, if she's able and willing to do that. And then I'll base my decision on her closing statements. Thank you. And gathering all the information together that has been expressed tonight.
In the sense that when Councillor Waugh makes a winding up, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Councillors, is there anyone else who wishes to speak either for or against who hasn't already spoken? No. Councillor Waugh, you have 5 minutes to rebut any arguments made during the debate, if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just in response to your comments, Mr Mayor, about having a data review and not having discussed it, I did submit this at 8:55am yesterday morning, and in my comments I did say I would be grateful for any feedback if required. I received a response at 4:26pm saying that it was available on the hub. So had there been any concerns, I would have anticipated that perhaps they may have been raised in that time. But Councillor Navard is correct. This is an issue that I have been raising pretty much since the moment I came on council, and expressly with respect to having locational criteria. The wording in the motion that I have proposed that Ms Mullen has suggested is not statutory. She's quite correct. It's not statutory wording. It has been taken from the WOLGA guideline and from the policy objective in the policy presented to us by the council. So what I am proposing is that the existing policy actually be amended just to include those things. I have worded my proposal very broadly to leave it within the officer's discretion as to how they wish to deal with those matters that I've requested to be looked at. And so, being broad in that nature is not policy on the run. Council officers will have 2 months to amend their policy and have it presented back to council. So I don't think that's not council creating policy on the run. I think that's sufficient time for some amendments to be made to the existing policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Okay, councillors, we're putting Councillor Waugh's alternative motion to the vote. Please cast your votes. All right, so the votes are in. Councillor Waugh's alternative motion has been carried 7 votes to 1. For the benefit of those listening via YouTube, those who voted in favour were Councillor Sousa, Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Navard, Councillor Choi and Councillor Coveney. There was 1 against, that was me, Mayor Milner. All right, we're moving on to the next item to be considered this evening, which is item 10.3.5, entitled Proposed Change of Use, Multiple Dwellings to Unhosted Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Lot 8, number 8 of 5 Clarence Street, South Perth. The reason is Councillor Choi has got an alternative motion and she also has an amended motion. Councillor Choi, I'm assuming that you probably want to move the alternative motion first?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, perhaps if you can read that alternative motion, or at least, where's your one gone? Yes, if you can read the text of your alternative motion, please.
Okay, thank you. That council refuses to approve the proposed change of use, multiple dwelling to unhosted short-term rental accommodation, Lot 8, number 8/5 Clarence Street, South Perth, as 1, the proposal fails to comply with clause 67 to 2N of the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 2015, as the development will detrimentally affect the amenity and character of the local area by the introduction of an unhosted short-term rental use adjoining residential properties, with the resultant increase in noise and disturbance and vehicular and pedestrian traffic associated with the use. And 2, the proposal is not considered to satisfy the requirements of clause 2G of Local Planning Policy P35.18, short-term accommodation, as previous complaints have been received relating to loss of amenity to adjoining properties and the impact cannot be addressed by an approved management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. I'll see if anyone wants to second that alternative motion. Is there anyone who would like to be seconder? Councillor Navard. Councillor Choi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and to Councillor Navard. So my reasons for bringing this alternative motion are as follows. 1, the recommendation to approve the change of use of the subject site appears to be somewhat inconsistent with Local Planning Policy P305.18, short-term accommodation, where it states that the city would generally not support proposals located in isolated locations such as cul-de-sac streets or in rear group dwellings, for the reason that these type of dwellings have potentially less legibility for visitors unfamiliar with the site and therefore may cause noise and disturbance to residents as they enter and leave. It is the view that there is no real discernible difference between a rear unit in a group dwelling and a unit on the first floor amongst other residences of a small group dwelling in a gated complex with few communal areas, in brackets parking and waste. In terms of the potential for noise and disturbance to residents as short-term guests enter and leave the subject site at any or at all times of the day and night. 2, the city has stated in its report that it only became aware of the unapproved change of use of the subject site following a complaint from a resident, so the change of use already appears to have been proving problematic to some residents. 3, although it has been stated that no objection from the strata company was received for the proposed change of use, it appears that no submissions of support were received either. The city instead received 4 submissions against the proposal from neighbouring owners and occupiers located in close proximity to the subject site during the public consultation period, and a deputation was made to council from one of the strata council members on behalf of 2 residents, outlining a number of ongoing concerns with the site and its use, ranging from noise, security, antisocial behaviour, parking and maintenance issues. I believe since that time we've also received some further email correspondence from residents. It is the view, so number 4, it is the view that this proposal could exacerbate the already adverse amenity impacts as reported on residents if approved, despite the recommended management controls. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Councillor Navard?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, I'm quite happy with Councillor Choi's description. My particular concern was the unhappiness of the local residents.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak against the alternative motion? No. Once again, I might ask a couple of questions. Ms Mullen, is the upset of neighbours a valid planning consideration?
Thank you to the Chair. Yeah, certainly. That's actually why we undertake consultation with local residents to gauge their views, and it is one of the considerations when assessing a development application.
Thank you. Having heard what Councillor Choi has had to say, does the administration still think that we should approve this particular one? And if so, is there anything that you would draw to Council's attention as we consider this matter?
Thank you through the Chair. No, officers would still obviously recommend approval of the development as stated within the report. Would also just like to remind councillors that this unit is actually registered with Demers for short stay accommodation, and it can currently operate for up to 90 nights within any 12-month period. So even if this application was refused, it's likely that the applicant would seek a review of that decision through SAT, but they could also continue to operate up to the 90 nights. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms Mullen. I will say a few words, and councillors have probably heard me say a similar thing a few times when it comes to statutory planning decisions. We have a heavy burden when it comes to assessing statutory planning decisions, and in many cases we're going to hear from members of our communities saying, no, don't approve this, it's going to impact on my amenity, it's going to hurt my quality of life. And yes, absolutely, amenity is one of the considerations that we should turn our minds to when we're considering statutory planning applications. But equally, I get a bit concerned when council seeks to disregard or take a different path than the approach recommended by the city's planning officers, who are necessarily experts and experienced in this area, and they're here to advise us. Local governments, I'm not talking about the City of South Perth specifically here, but local governments generally have a pretty poor reputation for refusing applications on grounds that are not valid planning grounds. And the SAT, State Administrative Tribunal, case database is replete with examples of where a council has gone against the city administration's recommendations and refused an application that was slated for approval. And in most of those cases, or at least the ones that I'm aware of, the SAT, upon receiving an application for review of council's decision, ends up going with what the city administration recommended in the first place, and everyone's the worst off. Sometimes adverse cost orders are made against the local government in question. In fairness, I don't think this is one of those cases where an adverse cost order would be made, but that's not a valid planning consideration in any event. But we do have a responsibility that where a development application is lodged with the local government, and you've all heard me say this before, and it complies with the town planning scheme and it complies with the Planning and Development Act 2005, it complies with all the necessary regulations and all the myriad planning instruments that planning applications have to comply with. If the development application complies and the applicant is entitled to have their application approved, then really we're sitting here in a quasi-judicial function. It doesn't matter whether we don't like it. It doesn't matter if we think that it could be done a different way. It doesn't matter if we feel very sympathetic to the neighbours that are saying, hey, please don't do this. We have an obligation to pass the development application in these cases. And I fear that in the same way that we did with a similar sort of application back in December of last year, and then we were subsequently invited by the State Administrative Tribunal to reconsider our decision under a Section 31 reconsideration request. I fear this just might be another one of those circumstances, because the officer report, which has gone over the relevant planning considerations, is saying we've considered this, we think it should be approved. That's me. It's probably not popular. It's not going to win me any smiles or friends sort of pointing out the obvious, but that is the system that we're required to operate under. That's all I'll say. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favour of the alternative motion? Councillor Coveney.
Mine just a question, Mr Mayor.
Please.
Ms Mullen, from your experience, are you able to give us any indication of how likely you think a application to SAT would be in terms of the success? Do you think they would have a good prospect, an okay, a poor, and you just can't tell?
Ms Mullen.
Thank you to the Chair. An application to SAT to seek a review of this decision would obviously take into account the first step would obviously be mediation in any event. I think what would be considered would be the management practice, the management plan that's been put forward in case such as this. Is that appropriate? Should it be expanded? It's obviously difficult to say how it would eventuate, but I would imagine...
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Cridland.
I'm just wondering, it seems to me that it might be a fair question to the acting director as to what SAT might consider, but it might be a bit unfair on the director or acting director to be asked what the prospects are.
That's probably fair. I'd forgive Ms Mullen if she were to say that it's probably not appropriate for her to answer that one. Ms Mullen, I leave that to your discretion.
Thank you through the Chair. Yes, it would be difficult to answer. I mean, I can really just outline the steps, which would be likely it would be considered at mediation, and then again, likely it would be a Section 31 reconsideration order. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mullen. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak in favour of the alternative motion? Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'm speaking in favour of the alternative motion this evening, and the primary reason for this is the significant and ongoing impact that this type of use has on the amenity and the character of the area. So as Ms Mullins correctly identified, the amenity is a proper and valid planning consideration. And in fact, Clause 67(2)(n) of the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes regulations requires us to consider whether the proposal will detrimentally affect the amenity of the local area. So in this case, the introduction of an unhosted short-term rental use within a tightly knit residential environment will undoubtedly have such an effect, and indeed we have heard that it already has. We've also received correspondence from several property owners also within the same complex, which has 13 units in very close quarters. Their concerns are valid. They're grounded in lived experience dealing with the negative impacts of the short-term rental accommodation. And last week, one of the owners gave her deputation outlining the ongoing issues caused by the unit directly above her own residence. And it's clear that her experiences were not isolated, but reflected a wider problem that affects the entire complex. She spoke to us about her security concerns, the property damage, the frequent littering of cigarette butts around the premises, the smoke, the disturbance from noise, late night arrivals and departures, and the presence of undesirable visitors that has contributed to a decline in the overall sense of community and security. So it's clear that this environment of constant coming and going, coupled with the disruptive behaviour of some short-term guests, is incompatible with the long-term residential nature of this complex. In addition, Clause 2G of our own local planning policy on short-term accommodation requires that such proposals do not result in a loss of amenity for adjoining properties. Yet in this case, previously complaints have already been received from multiple owners. It's evident that there are issues with noise, disturbance and security cannot be effectively managed through an approved management plan. It is important that we do take our residents' concerns seriously. They do live in close proximity to one another and they share the responsibility of maintaining the community atmosphere within the complex. Short-term rental accommodation, particularly in its unhosted form, undermines the sense of community by introducing transient guests who may not have the same respect for the property or the people who live there. And this kind of environment erodes the sense of trust and connection that long-term residents cultivate over time. So by refusing this application, we're not only protecting the amenity and the character of the specific complex, but we're also upholding the broader vision of South Perth as a place where community and residential harmony are valued. We should be encouraging long-term residency in areas like this and promoting community sentiment and ensuring that everyone can enjoy a peaceful, secure and stable living environment. So our job is to represent the interests of our ratepayers, and if we don't take heed and advocate for people whose home is adversely impacted by development, then we are not very good advocates. Amenity is a proper and relevant planning consideration, and in the event there is an appeal to SAT, the neighbours may also make their own application to intervene into those proceedings to have their voices heard by the tribunal. So I will be supporting this motion, and I would be grateful if other people chose to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the alternative motion? No? Anyone else who wishes to speak in favour? No. Okay. Councillor Choi, you've got 5 minutes to wind up and rebut any arguments made if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. What the applicant can or may do, e.g. a demurs or SAT application, is not a relevant planning consideration. So I ask councillors not to base their decision on that, as I have not based my alternative motion on that. We are charged with representing our residents at the best of our abilities and within our capacities, taking all the facts, information and submissions into account. And as we have heard from multiple submissions, as we have heard to date, multiple submissions, complaints have been received in regards to the subject side already, and that is a relevant planning consideration. So hence for all these reasons and all those that have already been articulated through this debate tonight, I would urge councillors to please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Councillors, I'm putting Councillor Choi's alternative motion to the vote. Please cast your votes. All right, so the votes are in. The alternative motion has been carried 7 votes to 1. All those in favour were... Probably don't need the screen to come up, but I will wait for it. Okay, all those in favour were Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Navard, Councillor Choi and Councillor Coveney. Those against were myself, Mayor Milner. All right, we now move on to item 10.4.3, which is the City of South Perth Cats Local Law 2024. We do have an officer recommendation before us. We do require an absolute majority. I haven't received any alternative or amended motions. Does anyone wish to move the officer recommendation? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Anyone wish to second? Councillor Choi. Just before I ask Councillor Coveney to speak, I might just ask if anyone actually opposes this. No, I'll simply declare it carried unanimously then. All right. Moving on to item 10.4.4, which is the City of South Perth Fencing Local Law 2024. Once again, it's been withdrawn because an absolute majority is required. We've got an officer recommendation, but I haven't received any amended or alternative motions. Someone to move? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Someone to second? Councillor Prendeville, thank you. Before I ask Councillor Coveney to speak, once again, does anyone oppose this? No? Okay, then I'll declare it carried unanimously. Moving on to item 10.4.5, which is local government elections, review of Walga advocacy positions. Councillor Coveney has an alternative motion on this one. Oh, Councillor Navard.
Please ask a question for clarification. If Councillor Coveney's alternative motion comes forward, that would effectively mean that we would be voting en bloc for the whole lot of the Walga items. And I just wondered about whether that can be
Councillor Navard, I might just ask you to wait until it's been moved and seconded before you ask a question, but I'm pretty sure that there's actually a sheet of paper that's got Councillor Coveney's alternative motion in front of it, which would just be treated in the ordinary course.
Hang on. It's my understanding that that Councillor Coveney is suggesting that we vote in this fashion. Is that correct? No. Oh, okay.
Are we good?
Sorry.
Outstanding. Okay. All right. So, Councillor Coveney, so you've moved it. I think Councillor Prendeville was the seconder.
Can I?
No,
amend-
that was the last one. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of
that was the
myself.
last
Yes.
one. Can I move an amendment to my motion?
Yeah. What I'll get you to do is, firstly, I'll get you to move you've obviously foreshadowed is going to be an amended alternative motion. I'll see about a seconder, and you can read out what it is that you're going to be moving, and I'll just check with the seconder before you speak that that's okay. So perhaps tell us what you've got on your mind.
So what I'd like to do, in addition to the changes at 1 in relation to participation and 6 in relation to method of election, I'd also like to change number 2 being terms of office from B to A. So really the change from that's in front of everybody is at number 2, terms of office. I'd like it to say A instead of it saying B as it does presently. And I can walk you through why.
All right. Mr. Adams?
So he just needs to move that motion.
Yeah. Yep. So, Councillor Coveney, what I'm going to get you to do is to read your alternative motion in its entirety, including the amendment you've just mentioned.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the City of South Perth recommends that Wowga adopt the following local government election advocacy positions. 1, participation. Council supports advocacy position B. 2, terms of office. Council supports advocacy position A. 3, voting methods. Council supports advocacy position A. 4, internal elections. Council supports advocacy position A. 5, voting accessibility. Council supports advocacy positions A, B and C. And 6, method of election of mayor. Council supports advocacy position B.
All right. I'll see if anyone wants to second that. Councillor Choi, you want to be the seconder? All right. Councillor Coveney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to my first amendment, the officer recommends the City support non-compulsory voting. I seek the City support compulsory voting, which is consistent with the state and federal system for the following reasons. First, because mandatory voting results in high voter turnout, which means that all of our residents have a say in our governance, as opposed to approximately 30% who vote under the current system. Second, high participation rates result in outcomes that better reflect the will of the entire population and not just particular demographics and special interest groups who are more motivated to vote. And third, increased community engagement. Compulsory voting fosters a sense of civic duty, encouraging everyday residents to be more actively involved in the political process and discussions. In relation to my second amendment, terms of office, the officer recommends that it be an all-in or all-out approach to everyone's 4-year term ends at the same time. Councillor Choi and I were chatting earlier today and both agree that be better rotated at the current way being 2-2, and there's 3 main reasons why I support that. The first is it allows there always to be a situation where half of council has experience as a councillor, as opposed to potentially you run the risk of, if it's all in, all out, you might have a completely fresh council that don't have any skills or any, experience in the role of council. And I think that's got its benefits. Secondly, it means that councillors aren't directly competing against each other in local government elections, and I think that's healthy for culture to not have that happen where it can be avoided. And 3, it's less likely when you've only got 1 seat up for grabs in each ward at any given time, you're less likely to get people getting in just because they put their hand up. I think in the last elections we might have had 2 people competing for 1 spot, whereas if we would have changed to this system of all in, all out, you might have only 2 people put their hands up and they automatically get in just by virtue of putting their hand up. So that's the reason for that change. In relation to my third amendment, the officer recommends the City supports the Mayor being popularly elected by its residents, whereas I seek a return to the previous system where we determine our own process. And I personally support a council-elected Mayor for 3 main reasons. The first is because councillors work alongside each other, so we've got a deeper understanding of who's best to be Mayor, and I think because of the lack of community engagement, there's probably little awareness of what actually goes on. So theoretically, under the current system, you could have someone elected as mayor who's never been a councillor, never worked in local government, who could be elected mayor, and I don't think that's an optimal outcome. Second, I think if the mayor is elected by councillors, then there's a direct incentive to have a good working relationship with everybody. And third, I think the cost to run a local government campaign, particularly for the mayoral position, can be significant to the extent that you leave people out of participating in that process unless they're wealthy or they can get donations, whereas obviously a councillor elected mayor is much less financially burdensome. So those are my reasons for those changes.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to be very brief because I think Councillor Coveney's covered it all. And as he said, we did speak earlier because I forwarded an amendment. He got in before the agenda briefing last week with his alternative, and I'd already prepared an alternative as well, but I changed it to an amendment. And realised when I looked at his, we only had one difference. And so thank you for moving that amendment, so to save me from doing it tonight. So that's all. I'll leave it there. And I commend this to the council, please.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Councillor D'Souza, question or speaking?
Yeah, just a question, Mr Mayor. Just with clause 2, in terms of office, isn't what Councillor Coveney is proposing the same as what the city is proposing, which is position B, or is he changing it to position A?
My understanding is that the city's position recommendation is position B. And if you look at page 72 of the agenda, position B is a 4-year terms on an all-in, all-out basis, whereas I think Councillor Coveney mentioned that he wanted to be A, which is the sector continues to support 4-year terms with a 2-year spill. Is that correct, Councillor Coveney?
Correct, yes.
All right. Yep. Another question?
Yeah, and also, so would you consider putting these individually to the vote when it comes to the vote?
It'll be messy, but I guess we can. Do we really need to?
It's up to you, or at least the ones which Councillor Coveney is proposing to change from the city position.
I guess I'll try and answer that question. I mean, the answer is yes, if council requires that, sure. I am conscious that this is a response to effectively a survey being conducted by WALGA, all the different 139 local governments. And even if WALGA comes, ours is the casting vote on which way WALGA goes. It's only going to mean anything if the state government agrees with it anyway. So, councillors, if you want to spend a whole bunch of time on this, we can. I don't know if it's the best use of our resources. Put up your hand if you want to vote for all of these things on an individual basis. I guess it answers that. Okay. No, we're going to do it as a job lot. I don't want to speak, but I've answered your question. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the alternative motion? I will, but only for one reason. I support compulsory voting for local government elections. It makes sense at a state and a federal level. I don't see why it should be any different at a local government level. I'm ambivalent about when people go to elections, whether it's a 2-year spill or whether it's an all-in, all-out every 4 years, don't mind. But I do think that the people should be able to have a vote as to who their mayor is going to be. I think there's a reason why the state government mandated that Tier 1 and Tier 2 local governments had to have popularly elected mayors. Maybe I'm biased because I've been popularly elected twice, but I just think that's a simple, fundamental democratic norm. That's me. Does anyone else wish to speak in favour of the alternative motion? Nope. Does anyone else wish to speak against? Nope. Councillor Coveney, you've got 5 minutes to rebut any arguments made during the debate, if you would like to do so.
Oh, I'm fine, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, so we're putting this to the vote. So we're putting Councillor Coveney's alternative motion on item 10.4.5 to the vote. Councillors, please cast your votes. And the votes are in. And once again, it's 7-1. So I'll wait for the screen to come up. So those in favour of Councillor Coveney's alternative motion were Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Coveney, Councillor Choi, Councillor Navard, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Quidland and Councillor Waugh. Those against were myself, Mayor Milner. Okay. We now move on to item 10.5.1, which is entitled Policy Review. The reason this has been brought out is Councillor Choi has an alternative motion. Now, this one's going to be a little bit tricky, folks, because Councillor Choi has asked if we can consider her changes effectively on a policy-by-policy basis. So I'm going to start by asking Councillor Choi to read her alternative motion, and then we'll see about a seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just to clarify, the policy by policy basis is just the 3 that I have proposed amendments to. Is that correct? That's my understanding.
Sorry, run that by me again.
Sorry, it's my understanding that we're going through this policy by policy basis. That's just those 3 that I've pulled out for amendment.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, great. And do you want me just to read out, so the first one by one, followed by the reasons, or do you want me to do the whole lot together?
No. Read the whole thing. We'll conduct the debate as a single debate, but then we'll have 3 separate votes, one on your changes for policy P102, one for your proposed amendments for policy in respect of policy P106, and one in respect of your motion to retain policy P687.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification. Okay, so my alternative motion is as follows: that Council adopts the Audit, Risk and Governance Committee recommendations to Council that it, 1, adopts the following revised policies with amendments as shown in attachment A: P104 Community Awards, P110 Financial Support of Community Organisations and Sporting Clubs, P118 Library Collection Development, P603 Investment of Surplus Funds, P605 Purchasing, P677 State Administrative Tribunal. 2, adopts policy P102 with amendments as shown in attachment A with the following amendment: A, removes the level 3 individual development grants paragraph. 3, adopts policy P106 with amendments as shown in attachment A with the following amendments: A, removes the word on South Perth foreshore from the heading large scale events on South Perth foreshore. B, under the heading large scale events on South Perth foreshore, reword the paragraph as follows: a large-scale event means any event/activity that has the capacity to accommodate 1, more than 1,000 people at any given time for private or commercial organisation facilitated events or activities, or 2, more than 2,000 people at any given time for City of South Perth facilitated events, activities or community facilitated events or activities. As large-scale events have greater potential impacts on the community, all private or commercial organisation facilitated large-scale events or activities shall be referred to Council for its determination. And C, deletes the evaluation criteria for assessing the suitability of large-scale events requests on the South Perth foreshore section. And then 4, revokes the following policies as shown in attachment B: P105 Cultural Services Activities, P117 Library Services and Programs, P119 City of South Perth Local History Collection, P205 Tree Preservation and P208 Ecologically Sustainable Building Design.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Now, is there anyone who would like to second Councillor Choi's alternative motion? Councillor Navard, thank you. Councillor Choi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and to Councillor Navard. So the reasons for the change are as follows in respect to each of the policies that I've pulled out there, which are 3. So for policy P102, as the individual development grant applies to state or national representation, it is not considered a local government responsibility to administer such a grant. The City has advised it is also unable to recall awarding any resident this grant since the policy has been in place, and as such the grant is considered unnecessary and should be removed concurrently with the other proposed amendments while the policy is under review. Furthermore, it is the view the City utilising municipal funds for an individual resident's interstate or overseas travel allowance would not meet current community expectations. And then reason number 2, in relation to policy P106, use of city reserves and facilities. The following are my reasons, A through to D. So A, it is recalled that the current 500 large-scale event capacity limit and the definition of what constitutes a large-scale event on the South Perth foreshore in policy P106 was introduced following numerous resident complaints about noise, nuisance and traffic issues in and around the South Perth foreshore area due to some past large-scale private or commercial organisation facilitated events, in particular music concerts, being approved that attracted over 1,000 people to the foreshore, and along with some of the attendees, alcohol, drugs and antisocial behaviours, which impacted on residents, their security and amenity. It is understood residents at the time also complained about inadequate community consultation, advance notification, compliance checks, traffic management and complaint mechanisms to address issues on the day and at the time of the event, which are most often held after hours when the city offices are closed and relevant personnel not readily contactable. These concerns and issues appear to dissipate when a capacity limit, along with other complementary measures, were implemented in the defining of a large-scale event in policy P106. B. It is the view a doubling of the current capacity limit from 500 to 1,000 instead of the proposed 2,000 cap for the definition of a private or commercially facilitated large-scale event or activity is reasonable, even for the South Perth foreshore, which remains a public open space designated parks and recreation, situated in a high-density residential and conservation-rich suburban area. The doubling of the cap in the large-scale event definition still enables the city to attract potential new commercial operators and activities to the foreshore without the need for a council determination, which is understood to be the objective of the city proposed changes, whilst continuing to meet community expectations and allay concerns, which concerns in particular relating to traffic management and antisocial behaviour remain ongoing concerns for many South Perth residents. It also does not interfere with the city proposed increased capacity limit of 2,000 set for city facilitated events or other community activities, which do not tend to pose the same level of risk or community concern that externally organised and facilitated events can do. And especially when the city has the ability to approve multi-day noise regulation exempt, private or commercial organisation facilitated event applications under the noise regulations, and 2 such events for each city venue per annum across the South Perth foreshore, e.g. Coode Street and Elm Street ends of Sir James Mitchell Park and the Greater District. C. It should be remembered that policy P106 just provides a guide and a definition of a large-scale event, namely the inclusion of a capacity limit, which does not preclude a larger event from being held anywhere on city-owned or managed land on the foreshore or anywhere else in the district. Council would just continue to maintain oversight over larger events that exceed the definition's capacity limit threshold, which events would usually be ticketed events or not freely open to the community anyway, and which oversight it is the view the community expects the council and its elected representatives to retain for the community's interests and amenity. And D, the city has the ability to facilitate large-scale events across the district, not just on the South Perth foreshore. And by focusing solely on the South Perth foreshore in relation to large-scale events through policy P106, missed community and commercial activation opportunities could arise for other areas in other suburbs and communities within the city of South Perth. As such, the large-scale events section of policy P106 should apply to the district, not just to the South Perth foreshore. Okay, so my last lot of reasons is in respect to policy P687, development of council-owned land, as follows from A to E. So A, this policy was last reviewed only 2 years ago with an officer recommendation of no changes, which was duly endorsed by the Audit, Risk and Governance Committee and Council for retainment. B, the policy was first introduced in or around 2005, has been referenced in previous council meeting minutes on items pertaining to rezoning or development of city-owned and or managed land for commercial purposes, and is cited in the city's new draft Land Utilisation Plan 2024 to 29, which plan intersects with the city's draft Community Facilities Plan 2024 to 33 and the current Strategic Community Plan 2021 to 31. Hence, it is the view policy 687 has ongoing relevance.
Sorry, Councillor Choi, I've got to interrupt there. That's 5 minutes. I'll move a motion that you be granted a further 5 minutes. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Councillors, please cast your votes on a motion that Councillor Choi be granted a further 5 minutes to speak. And that was unanimous. Please continue, Councillor Choi.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and to Councillor Coveney and for the Council's indulgence. I'm almost there. So I'm up to C. The City has stated that it would like the ability to prepare proposals for development of council-owned land for commercial purposes for Council's consideration without the need to seek external independent assessment or advice, as is currently required pursuant to this policy. Council-related development has been defined in other local government policies as meaning along the lines of development for which the council is the applicant developer, landowner or has a commercial interest in land the subject of the application, will also be the regulator or consent authority. It is a view retaining of this policy is in line with the public interest and community expectation of transparency, accountability and independence as it relates to managing potential conflicts of interest and perceptions of bias in public land dealings. D. It is understood the retaining of this policy may be considered an inefficient use of city resources in terms of the cost implications of its application if or when it's required. However, it is the view this policy offers an efficient and effective safeguard for any proposed rezoning and or significant development of council-owned or controlled land for commercial purposes, with the relevant appropriate exclusions as set out in the policy scope section. With the relevant planning and development, local planning schemes regulations 2015 and the Local Government Act 1995 appearing silent on independent assessments or external advice as it pertains to local government public land dealings. And E, without this policy, an elected member would need to bring a motion to council seeking the appointment of an independent consultant to review and assess any public land proposals. Funding allocation as it pertains to amending the budget would require an absolute majority of council. If funding was not already allocated or was determined as inadequate in the relevant year for any independent consultancy fees arising out of a council request or resolution, as was the case with the recent local heritage survey review item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Councillor Navard?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly, these particular policies that Councillor Choi has drawn attention to were specifically the ones that had caused disquiet from my perspective when they were first presented. And so her comprehensive discussion about each of these topics is something that I strongly recommend to the council members.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the alternative motion? Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wish to speak in relation to the foreshore capacity, and that's the extent to which I speak against. The foreshore plan describes Node 9 as being a landmark event space throughout the year. The foreshore previously hosted several popular events amongst the community, such as the annual fireworks show, the Red Bull Air Race, larger scale music concerts and embargo, and for a host of reasons, those events have either been cancelled or significantly scaled back. But the feedback which I've received from our community is that we've gone too far and we've forgotten what it means to have fun, and what it means to celebrate life. It seems council has taken some of that feedback on board, given the CEO's KPIs this year in terms of activating the foreshore. My principal concern about this amended motion is that it's a step backwards and a step in the wrong direction, and that in the wrong hands, and I don't propose those hands belong to anyone on council, but in the wrong hands, they'll be used to stifle activation in our community, and that's what our community is pleading with us for. We heard last week that the city has recently lost out on hosting an open-air cinema and circus on the foreshore due to the red tape that this motion is proposing. We need to remember that any large-scale event must be approved by the city administration, and they've got policies and procedures in place to review said applications. Similarly, the foreshore has the capacity to host 100,000 people, and 2,000 people is only 2% of that. So, in the words of Cyndi Lauper, girls just want to have fun.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak in favour? Councillor Prendeville.
A question, if I can.
Please.
Can I please have a, apologies if this is doubling up, but just another explanation from administration on P687. There's been some comments that it were about the current relevance of that policy. Can we please have some more explanation on that?
Should I direct that to folks? Mr Adams?
So perhaps Ms Mullen can comment on it from the planning perspective, but from a land development perspective, our view is that we're not saying that we wouldn't go through a process of getting independent advice where we felt it was needed. However, the problem with this policy is that it requires us to do it in every circumstance that's not excluded, which means that, in our view, we could be forced to go down go through the process of getting independent advice where it's not actually required. And I think also there's the potential that we get independent advice on the things that are stated in the policy. For example, the proposal in relation to the city's plan, to assess the proposal in relation to the city's town planning scheme requirements. We've got expertise in-house that can adequately do that. The risks associated with the proposal, well, in a lot of instances, we'll go through our own risk management processes to determine that anyway. And to assess any submissions received from the community and interested parties. Well, you've seen how we do that on a regular basis anyway. So I think the view was that the policy directs us to do things that are probably unnecessary in a lot of circumstances. There are, however, a lot of occasions where we bring things to council where we would seek independent advice as part of our due diligence, and that'd be on things that we knew were either controversial or on things that we didn't have the in-house expertise to be sure of the outcome. So we're not saying that we wouldn't seek independent advice. What we're saying is this policy in some circumstances would require us to get independent advice where it's unnecessary and therefore incur a cost that was unnecessary.
Thank you, Mr Adams. Mr Bradford?
I might just add a little bit in terms of the history of this, and I might need Ms Mullen to fill in the planning details specifically. This policy, as Councillor Choi pointed out, was drafted in the early 2000s. Since then, the regulations, particularly around the Planning and Development Act, have changed in terms of council's decision-making process. So most of those circumstances, council is no longer the decision maker around the zoning and those sorts of things, or development applications on council-owned land. And so, notwithstanding that this policy was reviewed 2 years ago, that was when we used to review all of the policies all at once. And so now that we've actually started reviewing policies in lot batches, we're actually able to put a lot more effort into individual policies. So we actually probably missed it 2 years ago. And so really the key thing for me for this policy is that it was drafted at a point in time when those regulations didn't exist that imposed significant statutory processes and removed the local government as the decision maker. And now I think it's effectively redundant.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. Ms Mullen, anything to add?
No, thank you. I have nothing to add to Mr Bradford's or Mr Adams' comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak in favour of the alternative motion? No. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against? No? I might ask a few questions. I know we had a workshop on this very topic on the 8th of October, but I'm also conscious that only 4 out of 9 councillors were able to make that workshop. So I guess the first question I'll ask, and I think it might be to Mr Adams, but I'm happy to be corrected, is what actually is policy P102 actually about, and what sort of grants have we been making or could we make under policy P102? Mr Bradford? Okay.
Mr Quigley is actually away ill tonight,
Yes.
so I'll be filling in for him. The section of that policy that which is community funding programs, P102, there was a specific paragraph called Level 3 individual development grants. And those grants, so the city provides individual development grants to local residents who've been selected to represent Western Australia or Australia in a sporting competition, cultural program, academic program or community service program. The funding assists local families with travel costs to participate in those pursuits, which may not otherwise be possible without the financial support. Most local governments in Western Australia facilitate similar individual development or travel grant programs for their residents who are selected to represent Western Australia or Australia. Last financial year, the city allocated 37 individual grants to local residents who met the eligibility criteria, and that equated to about $7,800 in funding or financial support. And I suspect that some of those people would not otherwise have been able to participate in whatever they had been selected for if it weren't for the grant.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. I guess my second question relates to policy P106, which is about foreshore activation and large-scale events on the South Perth foreshore. How has the current version of policy P106 affected the ability of the city to activate the foreshore?
Mr Quigley presented answers to questions taken on notice last week, which I think pretty well expressed it. The city gets about 5 to 10 inquiries a year for large-scale commercial events. In the last 5 years, only 2 companies have taken their event from inquiry to application, and that was the Big Wedgie water slide for 2 years in 2019 and 20, and the Kylie Minogue concert, which I think was in 2019. We have had 2 companies that have withdrawn their applications, as Councillor Coveney, because of their concerns around the red tape. Really, it does provide a disincentive for commercial event organisers to seek to run events. The reality is that spaces for commercial events in the Perth metropolitan area is effectively a competitive environment, and those people seeking to run events are attracted to the foreshore because it's the most beautiful place in Perth, but it is a disincentive when they typically have to find a location quickly, secure the location, and then they move to promoting the event. And the current policy requires them to incur all of the costs for all of the planning around risk management, traffic and all of those sorts of things before they have any certainty around their event going ahead. And as a consequence, they find it easier to go elsewhere. And the reality is that we haven't had any events since 2019 or 2020, and I think that's largely the reason why.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. I might say a few words. I don't support this alternative motion. I don't support any of the 3 limbs of the alternative motion. I think that policy P102 is obviously providing members of our community, worthy members of our community, with some opportunities that they might not have otherwise. I like to think I'm reasonably economically conservative, but it doesn't seem like a lot of money in the grand scheme of things, and that's not the first place I'd go looking for cuts if I was looking for things to cut from the budget. So I don't support the alternative motion in that respect. When it comes to policy P106, the advice that we got at the councillor workshop on the 8th of October was pretty clear. I know from 7 years of door knocking and being an elected member that our community very much wants to see activation of the South Perth foreshore, and I concur with Mr Bradford. I do think it's the most beautiful, or at least one of the most beautiful places in Western Australia, and it's understandable that people would want to hold fun events there that make this a fun and vibrant and nice place to live. The advice that we've received from the city is that policy P106 is an active disincentive to the activation of the foreshore because event organisers aren't prepared to spend resources on a proposal to the city when they know that council are the decision makers. And I don't make any comment on this council, but councils do change, and speaking about councils as a sector, it is known that sometimes councils can make decisions that weren't expected by stakeholders in a particular matter. What we have seen in the current case is event organisers simply take their business elsewhere, like Fremantle or like Langley Park or somewhere that's not within our community. So I don't support the proposed amendments to policy P106. I think it's sensible that we do have a consistent process for assessing these sort of events that, as far as I know, has worked without incident, at least in terms of the discretion that we've already afforded the city officers. So I'm foreshadowing the officer recommendation on this one, in terms of all of them, that is. And as far as policy P687 goes, the city's explained on multiple occasions that policy P687 is unnecessary and a waste of resources. if we really want independent advice, we as a council can ask for that, either administratively or if need be by notice of motion. The city can't sell any land without a clear vote of council to do so, so I just don't see the need for this redundant policy that's been overtaken by the evolution of the Local Government Act. In short, voting against the alternative motion, foreshadowing the officer recommendation. That's me. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favour of the alternative motion? No? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against? No? Councillor Choi, if you'd like to rebut any arguments made during the debate, now's your opportunity.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just confirming that Council will have the opportunity to vote on these policies separately, yes?
Yes, like I said before, so we'll have you wind up and then we'll do one vote on essentially paragraph 2 of your alternative motion, then another vote on paragraph 3 and then another vote on paragraph 4.
Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. So in regards to policy P104, my understanding from Director Shaw's response to my questions that I asked about this at a council meeting, I think it was a September agenda briefing or OCM, that the relevance use of the particular grant that I proposed to remove from P104, which is not all of them, it's just one particular one, is that the city could not recall when that particular grant had ever been given out. So I don't believe the grants the CEO may have been referring to in his response to one of the questions tonight are relevant to what I've proposed here in regards to this grant, because I did not receive any further updated information if that information I had received at that time was not correct. So I'm basing it on that. Oh, sorry, is it 104? 102?
102.
Oh, yeah, sorry. P102, is it? Or 104? Anyway, got two different numbers there. Thanks, Councillor Navard. In relation to make sure I've got the right one now, P106, the South Perth foreshore, I understand that the entire South Perth foreshore from the Narrows to Elm Street can cater for up to 100,000 people, I think, as Councillor Coveney stated. No doubt that it can. But no event or activity, at least to the best of my knowledge or that I'm aware of, would encompass the whole of the foreshore at any one time, just sections of it. So with those areas potentially impacting residents at the time at those events where everyone's sort of crowding in and descending on that one particular area that has been hired out for that event or activity, that's where the impact would be on those residents and has in the past. And I've actually received some testimonials of that since this was raised at the last meeting. We couldn't recall, I think some of the officers had asked me, well, when was the last time that there was an issue? And thankfully it hasn't been under this administration, but I believe there have been issues in the past, and hence why I believe that there was a cap put into the policy. So that's the purpose for that and my response to that. And in relation to P687, all I can say is if the policy is not relevant, then why is it still being cited in current and future proposed council documents, as I cited in my reasons? And that's it. And I commend my motions to council.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. So, councillors, I've just been advised that we'll vote on paragraph 1 as well. So there's 4 paragraphs to Councillor Choi's alternative motion. It's going to be interesting if I've foreshadowed the officer recommendation, but we'll go down this path. All right. So paragraph 1 is yes. Okay, there is a change there. All right. So. First vote will be on paragraph 1 of Councillor Choi's alternative motion. Councillors, please cast your votes on paragraph 1. Waiting on one more vote. Okay, people are changing their votes. All right. So paragraph 1 has been voted on. So those in favour were Councillor Sousa, Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Navard and Councillor Choi and Councillor Coveney. Those against were myself, Mayor Milner. Okay, now we'll do the vote on paragraph 2 of Councillor Choi's alternative motion. Please cast your votes. All right, so the votes are in. Paragraph 2 has been lost 2 votes to 6. Those in favour were Councillor Navard and Councillor Choi. Those against were Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, myself, Mayor Milner, Councillor Prendeville and Councillor Coveney. Okay. Now we're putting paragraph 3 of Councillor Choi's motion to the vote. Please cast your votes. Waiting on one more vote. All right, so the votes on Councillor Choi's paragraph 3 of her alternative motion are in. Those in favour were just waiting for the screen to change. Were Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Councillor Navard and Councillor Choi. Those against were Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, Mayor Milner, Councillor Prendeville and Councillor Coveney. And now we'll do the vote on paragraph 4 of Councillor Choi's alternative motion. Councillors, please cast your votes. All right, the votes are in. Paragraph 4 of Councillor Choi's alternative motion has been lost 3 votes to 5. Those in favour were Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Navard and Councillor Choi. Those against were Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, myself, Mayor Milner, and the screen's changed, but I'm assuming the remainders were Councillor Coveney and Councillor Prendeville. All right, okay, so paragraph 1 got passed, but the rest didn't. Am I still able to... Yes, okay, I can. All right. So during the debate, I foreshadowed the officer recommendation, which is, as it appears, it's also the committee recommendation. I will move that as it appears at paragraph 75 of the agenda. Is someone willing to second? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Councillors, not much to say. This was considered at the Audit, Risk and Governance Committee. It's the officer recommendation. It was carried unanimously by the Audit, Risk and Governance Committee. Nothing further to say. I agree with the officer recommendation. Councillor Coveney?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Does anyone wish to speak against the officer recommendation? Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't hold this up, just for the reasons that I already outlined with my previous motions on this item. I can't support this for those in mainly due to 2 of those 3 policies that I raised amendments on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Does anyone else wish to speak in favour of the officer and committee recommendation? No. Does anyone else wish to speak against? No. I don't really think there's much need to wind up. I'll simply put the officer recommendation and committee recommendation to the vote. Please cast your votes. All right, the votes are in. The officer recommendation has been carried 5 votes to 3. We'll just wait for the screen to change. Those in favour were Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, Mayor Milner, Councillor Prendeville and Councillor Coveney. Those against were Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Navard and Councillor Choi. Okay. All right, good point. Mr Bradford has just pointed out that we've been at this for nearly 2 hours now. That was the end of item 10. I might do item 11, which is applications for a leave of absence, but after that I'll call for a 10-minute adjournment so people can stretch their legs and use the facilities if need be. So we'll move on to item 11, which is applications for a leave of absence. Councillors, does anyone have a leave of absence application they'd like to submit? No, that was easy. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to propose an adjournment of 10 minutes. Is anyone willing to second that? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Councillors, cast your votes as to whether we should adjourn for 10 minutes. That was unanimous. It is currently 7:53 p.m. I'll see you all back here at 3 minutes past 8 p.m. Right, welcome back everyone. Are we back online, folks? Very good, okay. All right, that brings us to item 12, which is motions of which previous notice has been given. The first of these is item 12.1, a notice of motion from Councillor Mary Choi entitled Investigating Opportunities to Address Derelict Houses and Untidy Blocks on Canning Highway. Councillor Choi, I assume you want to move your notice of motion?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right, let me, I don't think you need to read it since it's in the agenda. I'll just see about a seconder. I think Councillor Coveney was first in time there by smidge. Councillor Choi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I don't need to read it out. You just want me to read my reasons? Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Yep, to the reasons.
Yeah, thanks. A number of properties along Canning Highway identified as being in a very poor state, if not derelict condition. A number of long-term, often untidy-looking empty blocks are also beginning to dominate the highway. It is understood most, if not all, of these properties are owned by the state government through the Department of Communities Housing, West Australian Planning Commission and/or Main Roads WA, with a long-term road widening plan in place. The timeline for this plan remains unknown, however, with the process requiring the state to acquire the necessary land for the widening, and which is also dependent on state government funding. It is envisaged that this will take a number of years to complete. In the meantime, complaints are being received by residents as to the impact of these dilapidating properties on surrounding homes and suburbs, and not only from an aesthetic point of view, but also from an environmental health and safety perspective. Abandoned homes have knowingly been accessed by trespassers, even when completely fenced off, increasing the likelihood of fire, injury and antisocial behaviour. It is the view the increasingly neglected feel of certain sections of Canning Highway and reported antisocial incidents is starting to bring the district down. This motion seeks for the City to liaise with the relevant state government entities to make good the affected properties where practicable on a request basis, as it is understood that local government does not have the legislative authority to direct government agencies or instrumentalities to repair the houses or have them removed, and council can only seek to influence such actions. And 2, pursuant to the above is, as is reported, that Perth's housing market is still facing significant challenges due to population growth outpacing dwindling property availability. An opportunity may also exist through this motion for the City to liaise with the state government in respect to some of the land along Canning Highway to be used for other purposes that would better serve the community than the present situation. This may include the potential to amalgamate blocks and explore development opportunities pursuant to the new Local Planning Scheme 7 and or at least create some temporary usable public open space. This motion thereby gives the City a green light to concurrently open dialogue with the relevant state government entities to investigate what other opportunities may exist in respect to the affected land that could be mutually beneficial for all parties concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As of this year, every suburb in the City of South Perth is part of the $1 Million Median House Price Club. That's unsurprising given the state of the housing crisis, but also because of how wonderful our area is, for the most part. The current state of parts of Canning Highway which cross through our skiddy is a skid mark on what is otherwise a beautiful area. Barren blocks of land with overgrown weeds, decrepit houses, it's unbecoming of our beautiful city. We must advocate and advocate hard for the relevant agencies to start paying attention to South Perth, to do basic maintenance in such a high traffic space, to dust off the lawnmower and throw down some mulch. I commend Councillor Choi for this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Councillors, anyone wish to speak against this notice of motion? No? Anyone else who wishes to speak for? Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I myself have had many conversations about the unfortunate state of Canning Highway in particular areas with Councillor Choi, with other councillors, with administration, basically for the last 12 months. This is the dilapidated houses, empty blocks with unsightly fencing exposed. There are areas that are truly are a mess. Something needs to be done and something can be done. Especially at one of the entrances to our beautiful city near Kensington, this is your first impression as you come into the city of South Perth. And at the very least, we could plan out the fence lines or something so that you can't see them. We have a catchphrase which includes the word beautiful spaces, and to think that our beautiful South Perth foreshore is a stone's throw away, and like Councillor Coveney said, $1 Million Homes are even closer. Myself, I'm embarrassed by the state of parts of Canning Highway, and I think we all should be. And I think something needs to be done, and I commend Councillor Choi for bringing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, anyone wish to speak against? Anyone else wish to speak for? Councillor Wall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm supporting this motion as well. This is a matter that has been raised on many, many occasions within this council, and for far too long these properties have been left in a state of neglect, attracting undesirable behaviour and contributing to an unsightly streetscape and negatively impacting on our community. Canning Highway being one of the main entry and exit roads to our city, and our community deserves a tidy streetscape at the very least. The issue of derelict and abandoned homes isn't just one of aesthetics, it's also a safety and community wellbeing concern. So these properties have been left vacant for extended periods, creating spaces that are prone to vandalism, graffiti and other forms of antisocial behaviour that not only affects nearby residents but also sends the wrong message about the care and intention that we expect within South Perth. As Councillor Prendeville said, our city is known for its vibrant and attractive neighbourhoods, and allowing such properties to deteriorate is in stark contrast to those values. Councillor Choi's motion is practical and simple. It calls for immediate action by the state government agencies, requesting that the WAPC and Main Roads, as the landowners, take responsibility for these properties. The motion rightly asks that they remove any debris where demolition has already occurred and properly maintain the properties where the dwellings are still standing. This is not too much to ask. Furthermore, it asks for an investigation into future redevelopment opportunities for these sites, and this is crucial towards ensuring that the blocks of land are returned to productive use, whether it's through redevelopment or returning the homes to a livable condition. Given the significant impact that this situation has on the local area, it's only fitting that we push for resolution that not only tidies up these properties, but also looks towards a more positive future for these sites. Our community has been very patient, but there is a limit to how long we can tolerate the presence of these eyesores, which lower the amenity for those living nearby. We need to see these properties either repaired or returned to homes, or dismantled and cleared away to make room for future use. So addressing this will enhance the safety, the appearance and the overall feel of Canning Highway and the surrounding area, and I urge my fellow councillors to support this motion, as in my view it is sensible and it is a responsible approach to resolving a long-standing issue that affects us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wall. Councillors, anyone else who wishes to speak either for or against? No, I'll speak. I'm speaking in support. I'm very happy with the intent of this notice of motion. I don't think there's anyone in this chamber that's against it, or at least no one's put up their hand so far. But for that reason, I wonder whether or not the desired outcome could or maybe should have been handled administratively. I don't think this needed a notice of motion. I want to be very clear. I'm not, the comments I'm about to make are not solely confined to this motion. It just so happens that we had 7, now have 6 councillor-led notices of motion on the agenda. It just so happens that Councillor Choi's happens to be the first in line, but these comments are in no way limited to Councillor Choi's notice of motion. It's quite benign what Councillor Choi is asking for. But I am concerned that councillors seem to be considering notices of motion a first avenue of resort in circumstances where perhaps all it might have taken is a question during item 13 of the agenda, or a quiet word to the CEO saying, hey, is this something we can do? Can it be handled administratively? Can you let us know if we get a response? We did hear at last week's council agenda briefing that Mr Bradford would have been able to give effect to this notice of motion administratively, and just given the recent increase in the number of notices of motion and the limited time that we've got to get on top of all the matters before us, I wonder if it might be better going forwards if we all consider whether or not the outcomes we'd like to see for our community, good outcomes, really need to be raised through a notice of motion. In fact, I'm going to very gently suggest that I notice that this might be the theme of some of the public questions we received earlier. I wonder whether or not something like the issue currently before us might be raised with the city administration offline, or alternatively by asking the question at item 13 of this agenda, when we can ask questions of the administration if people want to show the community that they're taking their concerns into account. Ask the question if this can be done. And maybe the elected members can sit down with the city administration and have these kinds of conversations and perhaps agree a time frame for the issue to be advanced or progressed. And if the administration, for whatever reason, doesn't advance or doesn't progress the issue within the agreed time frame, maybe that's the time that the elected member can raise the notice of motion. Again, nothing against this notice of motion, happy to vote for it, happy to support it, but I do have a little bit of a fear that we might be overloading the agendas with arguably unnecessary notices of motion, and I think that does put us on a path potentially for bad decision making. Once again, I say this not in respect of Councillor Choi's notice of motion on its own, but rather this is a comment on the cumulative effect of multiple councillor-led notices of motion in a single agenda. So, as I said earlier, I am supporting this notice of motion. I've got no issue with this intent. It's a good intent, but maybe we can all work together a little bit more efficiently going forwards. That's me. Does anyone else who hasn't already spoken wish to speak for or against? No? Councillor Choi, I don't think anyone opposed you, but if there was anything said that you disagree with, now's your chance to have a say about that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just in relation to bringing the motion, I mean, questions have been asked about derelict properties, I think, across the district over the past 12 months, and I think Councillor Prindiville has mentioned that, and I remember Councillor Critten's raised topics, I think properties as well, derelict properties in the past, maybe I think around Kaimo. So this obviously has been a topic of conversation, and I did last week try to get across at the agenda briefing in question form that I did discuss this motion with Director Shaw over the last 2 months. So, you know, this was meant to be in the September agenda, and then I deferred it to October because I wanted to have further discussions with Director Shaw on it. I don't recall at any time, and I've just going back through my emails here and noting that I think governors and some other officers may have been copied into some of those emails between us. Anyone sort of offering to do it administratively. So I apologise if it could have been done. And I have spoken to CEO Bradford about this after the meeting last week about for future motions. But yes, my intent was not to obviously circumvent the city's own internal way of doing things. It's just this has been on the agenda. We've been talking about it amongst councillors for a while now, and I felt something needed to be done. I'm getting more and more people complaining to me about issues on Canning Highway and derelict properties. I understand other councillors are receiving the same sort of feedback, and definitely more concerns around police presence, antisocial behaviour, drug taking type incidences, dealing, that kind of thing. So I thought time to bring it to a head and, you know, see if we can get something done about it. So that was the intent. Now, I understand people in the community may have wanted this to go a bit further than just Canning Highway, but again, I spoke to Director Shaw about that and the limitations around this and what can be done, hopefully could be done with at least the derelict properties on Canning Highway. So I think my fellow colleagues have succinctly captured the intent of this motion, and yes, I urge councillors to please now support it.
Thank you, Councillor Choi, and I'm now putting item 12.1 to the vote. And that was unanimous. Thank you, councillors. The next item on the agenda was item 12.2, notice of motion from Councillor Nick Coveney entitled Political Register, but that's been withdrawn, and under the circumstances, I thank Councillor Coveney for withdrawing that notice of motion. We move on to item 12.3, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Nick Coveney entitled Expression of Interest for an E-Scooter Trial. Councillor Coveney, I am aware that there's the original notice of motion that appears in the agenda, but there's also an amended notice of motion that I think you submitted maybe on Friday. I assume you're going to move one of them. Which one would you like to move?
I'd like to move the original motion, please,
All
which
right.
appears in the agenda, I think, on page 87.
I've got it as 90, but
And my apologies.
maybe it's 87 on the council agenda briefing papers. But either way, let's see if we can find you a seconder. Would anyone like to second? Councillor Waugh, Councillor Coveney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The benefits of e-scooters are well known. They're safe, convenient, easy to use, eco-friendly, reduce congestion on our roads and our precinct car parks, and promote outdoor activity and exploration for residents and tourists. E-scooters are particularly advantageous for our city given the traffic congestion issues in the South Perth Peninsula, the number of residents who work in the Perth CBD, the foreshore having separate bike and walking paths, the limited car parking available in our precincts, and our proximity to and from Optus Stadium. Just last month, a resident living in South Perth and working in the Perth CBD told me it took him 30 minutes to drive 4 kilometres to work due to the traffic congestion along Mill Point Road and the South Perth Freeway entry exit. An e-scooter would have taken half the time. Just last month, a resident living in South Perth told me she was working late in the city one night and caught the bus home. She had to walk 1 kilometre from her office to the Elizabeth Quay bus port and then wait an hour for the bus because at that time of night they don't run as frequently. She didn't feel safe at the bus port at that time of night. An e-scooter would have taken half the time and been significantly safer. Just last month, the resident living in South Perth told me it cost him $25 to Uber about 2 kilometres to a mate's place to watch the footy. An e-scooter would have cost him half the price. Just last month, the resident living in South Perth told me it took her 45 minutes to get home by bus from an evening event at Optus Stadium and that bus only stopped along Canning Highway, meaning she had to walk home in the dark and felt unsafe. If she had an e-scooter, it would have taken her half the time and she would have felt considerably safer. And just last month, a resident told me he drove around the Main Street precinct and it took him 10 minutes to find a car park. If he had an e-scooter, he would have had no such trouble. E-scooters are of course already legal, but an e-scooter costs about $1,000 to $2,000 to buy, and people aren't necessarily going to spend that amount of money without first trialling it. Public e-scooters create an ability for people to trial e-scooters at a low cost, and seeing them around prompts their memory of their existence and the benefits. Public e-scooters are consistent with our strategy documents. One of the 4 whole of foreshore strategies in the foreshore plan is transport and access, which includes transport options aimed to reduce car use. One of the specific transport and access actions in that plan is to liaise with the existing bike hire and I presume e-scooter operators in Perth and Vic Park to extend their services to South Perth. The city's parking strategy states that we need to adopt and encourage alternative forms of transport to minimise vehicle congestion. The city's transport and access strategy states that there will be considerable pressure on our roads, particularly around the South Perth Freeway exit entry, unless there's a significant change in travel behaviour. And the city's transport plan states that 71% of our residents are employed outside of our city, with the largest number being employed in Perth. And presently, 65% of our residents commute to work by car versus only 5% by active transport, which includes your e-scooters and bikes. And the environment direction of the city's strategic development plan is to provide and encourage alternative forms of transport. So active forms of transport that includes e-scooters is a key recommendation in all of our strategic transport documents. What is the point of having these documents if we don't follow them? We are already 2 years behind Perth and Vincent in their trials, and 1 year behind when I first raised the idea of a public e-scooter trial with the administration. We ought not wait any longer and deny our residents of this amenity. In any event, my motion is deliberately flexible on form and in time to allow the administration to work with other local governments, and I encourage you all to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Councillor Wall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tonight I am pleased to be seconding Councillor Coveney's motion. As we know, e-scooters have recently become a highly popular mode of transport worldwide and are now located in most major cities. They provide a practical solution to many of the challenges that we face as a growing urban area, as Councillor Coveney pointed out earlier. Most notably, traffic congestion, parking limitations, and the need for more environmentally sustainable transport options. By introducing an e-scooter share system, we're not only providing an innovative and convenient way for people to travel, but we're also encouraging a significant shift in the way that people move around our city. One of the key benefits of having this trial is the potential to encourage a mode shift away from car dependency toward more sustainable and flexible forms of transport. E-scooters offer a low-impact alternative that reduces road congestion and emissions whilst promoting active travel within the city. This motion aligns with the broader goals of diversifying transport options and supporting environmentally friendly travel behaviours. Our city is already known for being walkable and bike-friendly, and the introduction of e-scooters would complement our existing transport infrastructure. By providing an alternative to car trips for short distances, particularly for commuters or visitors navigating our foreshore or accessing nearby destinations, we would be supporting a reduction in traffic and encouraging more people to explore alternate forms of transport. Then, adding the connectivity to the town of Victoria Park and the City of Perth enhances the value of this trial, offering residents and visitors more seamless travel options between these areas without having to rely on private vehicles. Additionally, the trial allows us to evaluate the system's effectiveness, identify any potential concerns, and gather important data on how this mode of transport could be best integrated into our city. It gives us a controlled opportunity to test the e-scooters in a way that aligns with our community's needs and addresses key factors like safety, infrastructure requirements, and potentially even parking management. So by exploring new ways to encourage mode shift, this initiative represents a forward-thinking approach to transport in our city. We have a unique opportunity to encourage cars off the roads by offering alternate modes of transport for those working in the city. It supports our goals of reducing congestion, minimising environmental impact, and promoting a healthier and more connected community. So I encourage all of our fellow councillors this evening to support this motion, as it does open the door to innovative, sustainable and practical transport solutions for both our residents and visitors to our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against this motion? Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I support the concept of e-scooters broadly, and I commend Councillor Coveney for bringing this idea forward. My issue is in line with what I raised last week, which was I don't think it's a good idea to have this as a blanket policy across the entire city. It's suited for the foreshore, where we need more activation and where we need the links to the town of Vic Park and to the city. Fully agreed, no question there. Having e-scooters extend through our entire city, which includes areas around Curtin, around Manning Road, around Waterford Plaza, I think is a massive risk, and I think it's not a risk worth taking, at least at an early stage with this trial. My preference was for this trial to be confined to the sort of foreshore area and around South Perth. But given it's going to extend further beyond that, and I don't think we've consulted with people like the owners of Waterford Plaza who might have certain views on this, given that traffic implications around that area are significant, especially I've had feedback over the years that sort of cyclists who try to cross across from Waterford into Waterford Plaza, around Manning Road, around Kent Street, it is a hazardous area, especially when it's during university semester at Curtin. And I think there's a range of unforeseen circumstances to have this apply to the whole city. And on those grounds, I won't be supporting Councillor Coveney's motion.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour? Councillor Choi?
I've got a couple of questions first, if I may.
Fire away.
Mr Mayor. So the first one is, given some of the questions and answers provided at last week's agenda briefing, does this motion as presented hinder the city in any way to proceed with the trial, as they may have ordinarily done so, by the sounds of it, at their nominated or preferred time, when all the necessary information that they have already been seeking came to hand?
Ms Anne Primo or Mr Bradford? All right.
Yeah, so from the city's point of view, there's no time frame determined in the notice of motion, so it would allow us to continue as we are currently proceeding and working with the other inner city local governments to find a suitable solution.
Thank you, Ms Anne Primo. Anything to add, Mr Bradford?
I was just going to reinforce that the exact method of achieving the outcome of a trial might depend on what agreement we reach with the other inner city local governments. So given there isn't a time frame on this, I think that gives us the flexibility to do that.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. Councillor Choi?
Thank you through the chair for those responses. That's very useful. And I believe there may have been some challenges that were raised, and just want to know if those challenges were still there potentially with this motion or not anymore since I raised it.
Mr Bradford?
Can I get you to clarify what challenges you're referring to?
Probably, if I may direct this to Director Anne Primo, because I believe there were some questions that I did pose via email, and Director Anne Primo had responded.
Director Anne Primo?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So I think what the question you're asking is in relation to if council resolved this as it's written, would there be a problem with that? And I think my response to you was that the only challenge there might be is this specifically says that we should invite expressions of interest. If there came a point where we realised that that wasn't possible, then we wouldn't be able to implement the notice of motion and would have to come back to council. But that's the only challenge that I could foresee with it. But given it isn't time bound, effectively we could have forever to implement the notice of motion.
Thank you, Ms Anne Primo. Any further questions, Councillor Choi?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. So that sort of just clarifies things in my own mind then. So residents have raised concerns with me about having e-scooters around the foreshore. and around South Perth generally, Angelo Street and Main Roads.
Sorry, Councillor Choi, if you're speaking, can you let us know if you're speaking either for or against?
I will be supporting it based
Okay.
on the information I now have to hand. Thank you. So I'm just clarifying that, albeit residents have raised some concerns with me about this, and I do have some concerns about it. I do. What outweighs things for me is that I agree with other councillors that we need to start encouraging a modal shift and encouraging alternative transport. And I'm supporting this because it is a trial and it may take some time to implement anyway. And I understand the city are being very thorough about it and very careful. They're not just going ahead. My understanding from, I think, speaking to CEO Bradford a little while ago, that there was some discussions had with City of Perth some time ago. But the City of South Perth may have held back because they wanted to undertake their own investigations on behalf of our own community. So I understand they are being very cautious and careful and they're not rushing it. So I'm glad there is actually no time frame and the City don't feel compelled to sort of do this straight away. And so they have to weigh everything up. So I'm willing to support it on all those bases and see where it goes. And I understand that it will be coming back to us if the EOI does go out. Whatever the City recommends from there on out will come back to us before it goes ahead anyway. So we have another opportunity then to gather community feedback and come back and have a further debate. Is that correct?
Ms. Primo?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That would be our intention, would be to come back to the City when we have a clear way forward.
Thank you, Ms. Primo. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak either for or against who hasn't already spoken? No? I might make a couple of comments. Councillors, this is one of those motions where I find myself agreeing with the overall intended outcome, but I don't think the notice of motion was really strictly necessary. We can see from the officer report that the City Administration has already been working with the Perth Inner City Group on this issue, and as an attendee at the Perth Inner City Mayors and CEOs meetings, I can tell you it's been happening for a while. I would have had concerns if this notice of motion had precluded the City from conducting a joint expression of interest process together with the town of Vic Park or any other local governments, or obliged the City to go ahead with the EOI alone. But I understand from both the administration and from Councillor Coveney that's not the intent here. On that basis, the motion's been brought, it's before us for decision. I'll support it, but I don't think it was really necessary. I think it would have been better if we simply requested a councillor workshop with the City Administration about this. That's me. Would anyone else like to speak either for or against? Nope. Councillor Coveney, if you'd like to say anything by way of winding up, now's your chance.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Only to say that I did raise this about 12 months ago and a couple of months ago before bringing this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. So we'll put item 12.3 to the vote. Please cast your votes. And this was carried, item 12.3 was carried 7 votes to 1 for the benefit of those watching and listening. Those in favour were Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, Mayor Milner, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Navard, Councillor Choi and Councillor Coveney. Those against were Councillor Sousa. Okay. We now move on to the next item, which is item 12.4. It's a notice of motion from Councillor Bronwyn Waugh entitled Men's Street Jetty, South Perth Seaplanes. Councillor Waugh, I assume you wish to move your notice of motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, I'll just see if there's anyone wanting to second that. Is anyone, Councillor Coveney is seconding it? Councillor Waugh, the floor is yours.
Oh, did you want me to read out the...
No, you can jump straight to your reasons, the motions as published.
Okay, the purpose of this, the South Perth Foreshore Management Plan focuses on the Men's Street Precinct, the Perth Zoo and the public transport connections such as ferry services and the future train station near Richardson Park and the Kwinana Freeway. The success of the Men's Street Precinct is dependent upon its connectivity with surrounding areas, making it an integral part of South Perth's strategic planning and development framework. The Men's Street Precinct is identified as a priority location within the South Perth Foreshore Management Plan, and the plan sets out a strategy to develop the Men's Street node as an active piazza and promenade, offering day and night activities and serving as a gateway for the Main Street Precinct. The strategy envisions a vibrant area with connections close to the zoo, the river and heritage sites, supported by an integrated transport node utilising the river to connect the Menn Street precinct with surrounding areas. The proposal to establish a jetty for South Perth seaplanes adjacent to the existing Menn Street jetty is consistent with these objectives, as well as the Perth Water Plan produced by the DBCA and the Swan River Trust. The proposed jetty will support the activation of the Menn Street node, encouraging tourism to the precinct and providing a valuable transport link enhancing the area's accessibility and appeal to visitors. The expansion of water use, as defined in N1 node strategy on page 44 of the Foreshore Management Plan, includes developing the Menn Street node as an active piazza and promenade. The strategy aims to provide a welcoming arrival place, day and night activities, connections to local stores and heritage, and an integrated transport node utilising the river. The node strategies also include improving the connection between the jetty and the Menn Street, and establishment of a jetty for South Perth seaplanes at this location aligns with the plan's goal to increase the diversity of commercial activity at the jetty and provide opportunities for boating, mooring and berthing and support jetty extensions. The proposal also aligns with the City of South Perth's local planning strategy and town planning scheme, which aim to activate key spaces and promote business development, encouraging businesses like the South Perth seaplanes to operate within the City of South Perth and within the identified nodes, supports economic growth and community engagement and enhances the connectivity and vibrancy of the project. So this motion recognises the important need to activate the nodes within our community, and in particular the Menn Street node. The motion is about embracing the future of South Perth and enhancing connectivity and providing support to the businesses that will not only boost our local economy but also enrich the experience of visitors to our community. One of the key aspects of this motion is the recognition that activating the nodes is essential for the long-term success of South Perth. The Menn Street node in particular holds great potential, and by encouraging businesses' interest to focus in this area, we can transform it into a vibrant hub for both residents and visitors. The proposal from South Perth Seaplanes to relocate and establish a jetty adjacent to the existing Menn Street jetty plays a pivotal role in this vision. The South Perth Seaplanes offers a unique and attractive service that will draw more visitors to Menn Street, creating opportunities for surrounding businesses and contributing to the vibrancy of the waterfront. Relocating the jetty closer to Menn Street will help integrate this area with the other activities and amenities, turning it into a key destination point. The motion also addresses the critical issue of connectivity. As we know, improving transport links within South Perth is an ongoing priority, particularly with respect to our ferry terminals. Supporting the South Perth Seaplanes relocation enhances connectivity for both visitors and locals, integrating another transport option into our growing network and adding value to our existing infrastructure. I also want to express an important point regarding this motion. By giving in-principle support for the South Perth Seaplanes, we are not affecting the discretion of the city officers when they provide their responsible officer's report. The responsible officer's report is an entirely separate process prepared by the administration and based on planning grounds and principles. The officer's recommendation will take into account all necessary planning considerations, and it is important to understand that this motion does not interfere with that process. Rather, what we are doing with this motion is demonstrating our in-principle support as a council. So this is about signalling our endorsement of the idea and recognising the broader benefits that it could bring to South Perth, while leaving the detailed planning matters to the appropriate processes. The two are entirely separate and do not interfere with each other. So in summary, by supporting this motion, we are backing an exciting initiative that will help activate the Menn Street node, foster business growth and improve connectivity within our city. At the same time, we're ensuring that the proper planning processes are respected and followed. I believe that this is a step forward for South Perth, and I respectfully ask for your support in passing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be really brief. Residents have made it abundantly clear that they want to activate our foreshore and our precincts. Council has made it abundantly clear that they want to activate the foreshore and our precincts by making it a KPI this financial year. This motion is a common sense initiative to achieve both of those things. It's consistent with our strategic plan, our economic plan and our foreshore plan. Attractions improve amenity, attractions bring visitors, visitors spend money in our local businesses. I commend Councillor Waugh for this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the notice of motion? No, Councillor Navard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I would be voting against it, but it's really, for me, a timing issue. It's not necessarily an objection to the idea, even though Councillor Wall has said, this is a vote for an idea. But I do think that given that we've expended funds on fixing up Queen Street Jetty, I just think it's a little bit early for us to be starting to promote further activity and suggesting the relocation of the seaplane. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Councillors, Councillor Choi, speaking or asking a question?
Can I ask a question first, please?
Please.
Just in relation to the Queen Street Jetty, I presume there's a licence there for the Swan seaplanes. Is that jetty able to be used when they're not using it? Is it exclusive, like all the time? I don't think it is. I think I've seen other boats moored there. But is that jetty, available to be used by the public at any time when they're not using it?
Mr. Adams?
Yes, it's a public jetty. They don't currently have a licence over the use of the jetty. We have a deed of indemnity with them in terms of them using it, but we don't have a licence for them to use that jetty. There's a licence for them to operate the seaplane from the end of it, but the licence, there isn't actually a licence in place for the jetty.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Councillor Choi?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and through the Chair to Director Adams. So just following on from that question and answer, does that mean that people could use that jetty even when they're operating?
Mr. Adams?
Yes.
And did you wish to speak, Councillor Choi? Or
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, my understanding is that, and I will be
For and
speaking
against.
in support.
In support, okay.
Now that I'm gathering all the information. My understanding is that the Swan River Seaplanes initiated the application to commence operations from the Queen Street Jetty on the South Perth foreshore, and this was approved. Now it appears through this motion that for various reasons they may want to move their operations further down the foreshore. I understand no DA has been submitted, we were told last week, and I personally, as a Mill Point Ward representative, have not received anything seeking such support. If this type of support would indeed work in their favour or be advantageous, I don't know. As such, I have to admit that I have been in two minds on this one over the past week. The city has recently spent, as Councillor Navarre just pointed out, just under 100k to upgrade the Queen Street Jetty, albeit I gather this may have had to be undertaken anyway since it is a city asset. And as I've just asked and received response to, other people with vessels can casually use this jetty when they want to as well, whether the seaplanes are operating from there or not. So I don't know, but I guess that they're probably all side issues. When I have asked the city about possible implications of the council agreeing to provide in principle support for a possible relocation, the response has been really there isn't any implications. And I know that we did support a similar kind of motion about supporting basketball courts in the district when there was no DA in place either. And I think the same sort of response was given. There wasn't any implications to that. So I'm sort of treating this in the same way. I guess so, gathering all my information, doing my due diligence, I can't see any harm in this. As Councillor Wall says, doesn't seem to it's going to be fettering or putting any pressure on the administration. The state will do what they will do anyway with all of this. So gathering all those thoughts in mind and weighing up everyone's comments and all the feedback from the administration, the advice from the administration, I guess there is no real reason for me not to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against? For or against, Councillor Prendeville?
For, please, Mr. Mayor.
Fire away.
I'll be brief. I sort of concur with a lot of the comments that have been made. I actually think it'd be really exciting having them at Men's Street. I mean, what a spectacle being able to sit in that beautiful plaza or piazza with my kids and watch the seaplanes take off and land. I know they love it and it's really exciting. It's an opportunity to bring more people in a different way to the restaurants and the businesses in the area. They're not taking off in the middle of the night. I don't foresee that being a huge interruption to locals, and only a positive for our city, community, surrounding businesses and tourism. So, I mean, like it has been noted, it's in principle support. I think it's exciting and I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? I might say a few words. Councillors, I actually think this motion might be harmful to the city's reputation. I don't think this motion represents good governance. Don't get me wrong, I'm well disposed towards Swan River seaplanes. I like watching them take off and land on the Swan River. I think they add a little bit of vibrancy and a little bit of fun to our district. That's just my personal view. Others are absolutely entitled to their own opinions. But there is a process that Swan River Seaplanes needs to follow to achieve their apparent goal of a new jetty adjacent to Men Street Jetty. And we should let that process take its course unimpeded by... No applause, I've got to be fair to everyone. Unimpeded by perceptions of council grandstanding. For starters, the city isn't the decision maker on an application on this type. The Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions is, but the city would be one of the referral agencies that the DBCA would contact in assessing the application. And as page 92 of the officer report makes clear, the city's got to remain impartial in that regard. Now, people might say, well, that's the council administration, that's totally different, but council signalling its support on a development application from a private business, whether in principle or otherwise, can only undermine the perception of the city's impartiality. But there is a more fundamental problem here, councillors. Paragraph 3 of the notice of motion refers to council's open quote, in principle support for the proposal of South Perth Seaplanes, I think that means Swan River Seaplanes, to relocate to and establish a jetty closer to the Men Street Jetty, close quote. Councillors, we heard last week that the development application hasn't even been submitted. We don't have all the facts relevant to this matter. Most of us aren't aware of how the relevant process works and what the considerations are. We heard last week that the application hasn't been submitted. No one has seen the development application, let alone had an opportunity to properly consider it. I'm really not sure this council wants to get into the habit of providing support for a development application for a private business when we haven't even seen the development application. I'm not comfortable doing that. And as we've already seen tonight, our community may well raise some questions if we start doing things like that. Now, as far as I'm aware, there's been no community consultation on this issue, which will no doubt be required in the ordinary course. None of us knows what the results of that community consultation is going to be, and for that reason, I mean, maybe I'm unpopular in saying so, but I think giving any kind of support seems a bit premature. Councillor Coveney asked last week how this motion was different from Council's motion in support of indoor sports courts, and Councillor Choi just referred to the same thing. Well, I would say that the indoor sports court motion didn't contemplate a specific location or a specific development. The indoor sports courts motion was not in support of a specific development application for a private business. But perhaps most of all of us know very, very well that our community absolutely supports increased access to indoor sports courts in our locality. We have no idea what our community thinks about this proposal because no one has asked them. Councillors, this motion is meaningless at best and disruptive at worst. Approving it is going to send a signal to our community that we're prepared to publicly pontificate on issues that we don't have all the facts on, and when we're not the actual decision maker. I don't think that's a path we want to go down. I think that would be reckless and unwise. And I get that some councillors want to be seen to be, activation of the district, and I support that. That's good, but firing out declarations of public support for development applications by individual private businesses, particularly when we don't have all the facts or across the relevant processes, that's a recipe for disaster. I'm concerned that this is the kind of risk that we're taking when councillors raise notices of motion in the chamber without speaking to the city administration first. I can't support this. Now, please, let me be clear. I'm not saying I oppose the development application. For all I know, it might be a very good one. I don't know. That's the point. None of us know. Attempting to make a judgment on a specific development application in favour of a specific private business in these circumstances is reckless. And if I'm being brutally honest, it's more than a little bit unwise. I am not comfortable giving my support to a development application that I have not seen. And I have no idea how I would defend myself to the community if I did that. I'm almost out of time, so I'll simply say the proper process should be allowed to take its course unimpeded by premature pronouncements from a council that is not across the facts. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak either for or against? No? Councillor Waugh, the floor is yours if you'd like to wind up.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for raising all of those things that you did. What I can say is that you're right, there's no development application before us, and there never will be. The development application does not come to us, it goes to the DBCA and it goes to the Swan River Trust. So the city administration will have the opportunity to provide a responsible officer's report, but ultimately that won't come to us, the same as the boat shed did with the Penrose and Wesley. But that's by the by. There is a process that must be followed. They will follow it and they must follow it because there's no other way. The city remaining impartial, well, there's no development application. This is an in-principle support, again, for an idea to move a jetty into a node that is supported within our own plans. We are not supporting a development application. We are not approving a development application, but rather we are supporting the idea. And of course, the city, the process will continue to follow and the city will continue to do their thing and, you know, provide their report, whatever that is. So an email that came to us, it came to myself and the Mayor Milner and requesting support. I spoke to the fellow and I said, I'm uncomfortable providing you with my support, but I am happy to present this to council in a transparent manner. And that is what I have done. So, councillors, I'm asking you for your in-principle support for the idea of relocating the seaplanes from where they are existing down to the Min Street node, which is consistent with our plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, I'm putting item 12.4 to the vote. Please cast your votes. All right, so the votes are in. The vote is tied at 4 votes all. I'll wait for the screen to come up so I can say who voted which way. So those who voted in favour were Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, Councillor Prendeville and Councillor Coveney. Those against were Councillor D'Souza, Mayor Milner, Councillor Navard and Councillor Choi. That, because we have a deadlock, I'm given a casting vote in these circumstances under the Local Government Act. I vote against. I just don't think it's appropriate. No applause, please. I've got to be consistent for everyone. We now move on to item 12.5, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Bronwyn Waugh entitled Payment in Lieu of Parking Plan. Councillor Waugh, I'm aware that there's the notice of motion that's been published in the agenda, but I'm also aware that you emailed one through yesterday. Can I assume that you're moving the new version? All right, perhaps if I can get you to read that out and then I'll see about a seconder.
Thank you. So the new version is number 1, council acknowledges the deficiency in parking within the City of South Perth. And number 2, request the CEO to present by the December 2024 Ordinary Council meeting a report to Council on the actions taken by the City pursuant to the current parking strategy and parking management action plan over the last 2 years and the actions that it intends to undertake in furtherance of the recommendations included within the parking strategy over the coming 2 years, and B, an amended payment in lieu of parking plan that provides for 1, where appropriate, locational specific criteria and characteristics for different precincts such as South Perth, Canning Bridge and Manning. 2, where appropriate, redirection of funds towards strategies for encouraging mode shift. Or number 3, such other application of funds as determined by Council.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. I'll just see if anyone wants to second that. Councillor Coveney, thank you. Councillor Waugh, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I've brought this motion today which acknowledges a critical issue that we are currently facing in the City of South Perth, which is the deficiency in parking. This is not a new challenge for us, and it's one that has been increasingly pressing as our city only continues to grow and develop, and also with the infill development policies. Through this motion, we have an opportunity to take a meaningful step towards addressing the parking shortfall that we also, while also exploring innovative solutions to encourage a shift in how we approach transport and mobility within our city. This motion requests that the CEO present a report on the actions the City has taken over the last 2 years in line with our current parking strategy and management action plan. And this is an important first step. By taking stock of what has already been done, we can better understand where we stand and what gaps still need to be addressed. More importantly, this report will outline the actions that the City intends to undertake over the next 2 years in furtherance of the recommendations within the parking strategy. This forward-looking approach is essential to ensuring that we have a clear, actionable plan for the future. One of the key aspects of this motion is the request for an amended payment in lieu of parking plan. As we all know, there are developments within our city providing the required amount of parking is simply not feasible, and in those cases, developers are required to make a payment in lieu of parking. However, we must ensure that these funds are used strategically to address the broader parking and transport issues within the city. The amended payment in lieu of parking plan proposed by this motion introduces 2 critical elements. First, it seeks to establish locational specific criteria and characteristics for different precincts, such as South Perth, Canning Bridge and Manning. Each of these areas has unique challenges when it comes to parking, and a one-size-fits-all approach will not work. By recognising the specific needs and characteristics of each precinct, we can tailor our approach to ensure that parking solutions are both effective and appropriate for the context. Secondly, and just as importantly, this motion opens the door to redirecting funds collected from payment in lieu of parking towards strategies that encourage mode shift. This is a vital step in moving toward a sustainable, future-focused transport system. Encouraging a mode shift means providing incentives and infrastructure for alternatives to private vehicle use, such as public transport, cycling and walking. By directing funds towards these strategies, we can begin to reduce our reliance on car-based transport and mitigate some of the parking demand pressures that we currently face. The intention behind this motion is to achieve a comprehensive long-term plan to address the parking shortfalls in circumstances where developers are unable to provide adequate parking. But at the same time, we also need to be thinking more broadly about how we can encourage a shift away in the way that people move around our city. Parking challenges are not just about providing more spaces, they're about rethinking mobility in a way that supports growth and livability of South Perth while fostering more sustainable forms of transport. So I want to emphasise that this motion is not just about identifying the problem, it's about creating solutions. It's about ensuring that we have a plan in place for how we're going to address parking deficiencies, not just in the short term, but in a way that aligns with our broader goals for the future. And by amending the payment in lieu of parking plan to reflect the specific needs of our precincts and to support the mode shift strategies, we are setting ourselves up for success in tackling both parking and transport challenges together. So, this motion presents a proactive approach to solving a long-standing issue. It acknowledges the parking deficiencies that we face and it lays out a path for addressing them in a way that is both strategic and forward-thinking. And I urge you all to please support this motion so that we can move forward with a clear plan and a commitment to creating a more connected, sustainable and accessible community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Coveney?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Again, I'll be very brief. The proposition that we ought to spend the cash we receive from the parking deficit of a development in proximity to that development to address the deficit, to me isn't a complicated or controversial concept. It's pretty common sense. To the extent that part of the funds received could be better used to address citywide traffic calming measures, that's still captured under this motion. So the way I see it, what's being suggested is something done by many local governments in WA that's really common sense. So I commend Councillor Waugh for this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. I might ask a few questions at this point. Ms Mullen, has this revised motion been discussed with the City Administration?
Thank you, through the Chair. Certainly not with me, but to the best of my knowledge, it hasn't been discussed with other officers.
All right, thank you. My next question is, how much has the City actually collected to date through the payment in lieu of parking plan? It's been online for 12 months, I think, now.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, that's correct. The payment in lieu of parking plan was adopted in October 2023 and the city has received no payments since that time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My third question is as follows. The revised motion suggests that there's a need for location, open quote, locational specific criteria and characteristics for different precincts, such as South Perth, Canning Bridge and Manning, close quote, and open quote, strategies for encouraging mode shift, close quote. Now, we've all seen the officer report, pages 100 and 102 of the officer report. The city officers have noted that we already have the integrated transport plan, local planning scheme number 7, the South Perth Activity Centre plan, the Canning Bridge Activity Centre plan, and local planning policy non-residential parking, which I think was adopted by Council in May of this year. What is Councillor Moore's motion going to achieve that isn't already achieved by those existing plans and schemes?
Thank you through the chair. I think Ms Amprimo may have further comments in regards to mode shift, but I would suggest that all of the documents you've referenced adequately address locational specific requirements, given that these are given due regard when assessing development applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Amprimo, anything to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So any of the actions that were implemented under the parking plan would take account of multiple factors, which would include mode shift, but would also take account of what was physically practical within that location. So it wouldn't be possible to have one specific rule or principle approaching an area, because there's always multiple variables that have to be taken account of.
Thank you. And I'm not sure who I'll direct my fourth question to, maybe Mr Bradford, but maybe if Ms Mullen or Ms Amprimo want to chip in afterwards, that's fine by me. Councillor Waugh substantially amended the notice of motion that originally appeared in the agenda, and we got the latest version yesterday, but elected members also received at the same time a rush of amended and alternative motions that were received on Sunday and Monday. I am concerned that elected members may not have time to properly consider this revised notice of motion. Does the City Administration recommend that we approve this revised notice of motion? And I guess that's to Mr Bradford, at least initially.
I mean, it's up to council to decide whether they want to approve it. But I mean, I think my reading, and I might get Ms Mullen to confirm this, my reading of the amendment to the B section, it doesn't seem to achieve anything more than what's already in the existing plan, particularly if the administration is to prepare an amended payment parking in lieu plan that provides for, where appropriate, location or specific criteria. I think our advice is that's already dealt with, and so I think that the requirement and then the flexibility that B seeks to achieve is already accommodated in the existing plan.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. Ms Mullen?
Thank you through the chair. I'd certainly agree with Mr Bradford. I think section B as amended would really just seek to possibly review the current payment in lieu of parking plan, which in effect I think the officer's response to the notice of motion is already done in the report before council. Thank you.
Thank you. On that basis I will speak, and I'm speaking against. Councillors, we heard last week that the original notice of motion was prepared and lodged without any prior discussion with the City Administration. Now, I hasten to add there's nothing improper about that, but it might have been prudent under the circumstances. Clause 2 of the notice of motion in its original form asked Council to publicly state that the City's current payment in lieu of parking plan was deficient. It wasn't clear to me what purpose Clause 2 of the original motion served. It didn't add anything of substance to the governance of the city. You can amend something without publicly calling it deficient. In any event, we heard last week that the city's current payment in lieu of parking plan is not deficient. And now this latest version of the notice of motion received yesterday has deleted Clause 2. Well, good, I guess. I assume the mover now accepts that the city's current payment in lieu of parking plan is not deficient, but I am sure that Councillor Ward will correct me in her winding up if I've misinterpreted that amendment. It's not clear to me what purpose Clause 2 served in the first place. I don't think it added anything of substance to the governance of the city. We also heard last week that the effect of the original notice of motion would be to divide the city district up into smaller sub-localities and then quarantine monies received by the city through the payment in lieu of parking plan into those smaller sub-localities, depending on which sub-locality the monies were received in respect of. And we also heard that council already has the freedom to spend those monies, not that we've received any yet, but when we do, where council sees fit, and that's through the ordinary annual budget process that we go through every year. So the original notice of motion didn't, at least in my view, achieve anything positive that wasn't actually already within our power. But the original notice of motion did carry the risk, as we heard last week, that relatively small amounts of money could be locked into reserve accounts relating to those smaller sub-localities, but couldn't be used for anything else, and that if we couldn't use those small amounts of money for the intended purpose in the relevant sub-locality, the city would potentially have to return those monies to the developer upon the expiry of the plan. I assume that Councillor Ward has recognised this because the latest version of her notice of motion provides for application of funds as determined by council, which, good, but it's a power we already have and it's one that we probably shouldn't be fettering. I remain a little bit confused. The reasons given by Councillor Ward in support of her revised motion haven't changed. There's still a complaint that, open quote, the current payment in lieu of parking plan falls short of ensuring that the funds are spent on areas within close proximity to developments where payment has already been received for a shortfall in parking, close quote. I wonder whether everyone realises that the city, well, they do now, doesn't collect much revenue from the payment in lieu of parking plan. It's been 12 months and we've received nothing so far. But if we did, that money would go into consolidated revenue. It's not like it goes into a reserve account that's earmarked solely for parking infrastructure. When we do receive some money pursuant to this plan, we've got the freedom to spend it where we like, but we're almost certainly going to be combining other monies, other city funds, when we build any meaningful parking infrastructure. Councillors, I like to think that I've got reasonable comprehension skills, but I just don't understand what this revised notice of motion is now seeking to achieve. The officer report explains at pages 100 and 102 that we already have the district-wide Local Planning Scheme 7, the district-wide Integrated Transport Plan, the location-specific South Perth Activity Centre Plan, the location-specific Canning Bridge Activity Centre Plan, and we even have local planning policy non-residential parking, which was adopted in May of this year, just 5 months ago. These documents are already predicated on mode shift and discouraging private vehicle travel. We don't need yet another document doing exactly the same thing. The deficiency complained of in the reasons given for this motion simply don't exist. I hope I expressed this right, but this motion has almost become a purported solution, desperately searching for a problem. Councillors, you all know I've never been a fan of making plans or policy on the run. I thought the original motion had problems, and from what we heard from the City Administration last week, those problems were confirmed. That's almost 5 minutes. Would someone be kind enough to move a motion? I'll be granted. Councillor Coveney, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, if you could please cast your votes as to whether I should be given a further 5 minutes. Waiting on one more. That was unanimous. Thank you all for the indulgence. I will try and be quick. We received some pretty significant amendments yesterday that suggests that at least some of the original problems have been recognised, and that's good. That's good. But it does leave this motion without any actual purpose, and Mr Bradford's comments confirm what I'd thought. I think it might have been better if this notice of motion had been withdrawn prior to tonight's meeting. Approving it would just be the red tape for the sake of red tape, and I can't really support that. I did have more to say, but I think I'll cut it short. I am concerned about the way this motion has been brought to council. I don't think it would have been brought in its previous form if the mover had discussed the motion with the city administration beforehand. The city administrations then had to prepare the officer report pointing out the problems with the original notice of motion. We've all read that motion, we've all read that report, and there were a number of questions at last week's council agenda briefing. Yesterday we received a heavily amended motion, which we've then had to read, consider, and then, at least in my case, seek advice from the city administration as to what it means, one day before we have to make a decision. This has taken up a lot of time and a lot of capacity for a lot of people, all for a motion that was, with respect, misconceived in its original form and which achieves nothing of value in its current form. Again, this motion has gotten to the point of being a motion for the sake of having a motion. I take no pleasure in pointing that out, but someone has to. It's not good process, it's not good governance. I won't be voting in support of this motion. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak for the notice of motion? No? Is there anyone else who would like to speak against? No. Oh, Councillor Choi?
Yeah, I just have a question because I think I may have actually referred the previous one where I think from what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, that it included, I'm just trying to find the previous one because I know it's been changed. My understanding is, and the concerns from the residents, as they say to me, is that they would prefer where there's loss of parking due to a development shortfall in parking on site where there really ought to have been the parking, that they would prefer any funds that were gathered through the payment and parking in lieu system, payment in parking. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. That they would prefer that money to stay in the location of where the development is rather than being, put into a general pool. So that I don't believe is being addressed here. So that, is that correct? Is that my understanding from what you were just saying?
I'll ask the question to Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams, do we have the power through the annual budget process to spend funds on parking infrastructure in areas that might have had a parking shortfall approved by a relevant decision maker?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Choi?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And perhaps then if this motion doesn't go through, that maybe that's something we can address during the budget workshops then in a bit more detail. And I understand another thing that was just brought up, which I thought was quite interesting, was the like a parking reserve. So potentially that's something else we can discuss around that time as well. Sorry,
just to clarify, Councillor Waugh, the point I was making was there is no parking reserve that this money goes into. Yeah. It goes into consolidated revenue.
That's an interesting point, though. So maybe that's something we can, discuss down the track as well, look at least. But I also wanted to ask the question about payment in lieu of parking. Has there been any foreseen? So I know there's been none for the last 12 months. Any foreseen in the near future?
Ms. Mullen?
Thank you to the Chair. An application was considered recently at the Metro Inner DAP, which was for 44 Park Street. That was a recommended condition of approval that payment in lieu of parking was paid for 2 bays. But that application has actually been deferred, and that's the only one that has been considered in relation to the payment in lieu of parking plan since adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Councillor Choi?
And thanks for the Chair to Ms Mellon for that. And does the City have any idea of what we actually get for what the City receives per parking bay that's lost on site?
Ms Mellon?
Thank you. The fee is $5,700 per bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mullen. Councillors, is there anyone else who wishes to speak either for or against who hasn't already spoken? No. Councillor Waugh, if you'd like to wind up, the opportunity is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've been the subject of a fair amount of criticism this evening, and in particular in respect to raising motions and things. So I've only brought, I think, 4, maybe 5 motions this year, and this is the first time I've brought any since February. But that's by the by. In respect to payment in lieu of parking, this has been an issue that I have raised pretty much since the moment I've come onto council. And when we passed this plan, which I think was around about October last year, it ought to have been passed in July as per the requirements. But I agreed at that time, after some lengthy correspondence with some of the directors, or one of the directors in particular, that I would agree to passing it on the basis that we were going to receive a revised plan. That hasn't happened. I have raised it on several occasions, both in workshops and agenda briefings, and I've even raised parking with the CEO within the last few months. So this is not the first time that I've raised this issue, and this is an issue that is alive within our community. From even running my election campaign last year, I had many people in the community concerned about the lack of parking in this facility. The reason for deleting paragraph 2 is that it didn't serve any purpose. You're 100% right. It's not because I didn't think it was accurate, and I do think it is deficient because it does not address locational specific characteristics and needs, and I do note that quite a lot of other local governments do have plans that do address locational specific criteria. And furthermore, I was criticised for this amendment coming in yesterday, and I've just checked my emails, and I actually sent it to the city on the 18th of October, which is last Friday at 2:56 p.m. Or in fact, no, that was the response from the city administration. So I sent it earlier at 12:12. And the response that I received at that time was, "Thank you for your email. The city has reviewed your amended notice of motion. The revised version reads well, and no further comments and suggestions from the city are recommended on this occasion." So it's very interesting for me now to hear a different position from the city. And my final point is the suggestion of dealing with a parking shortfall through budgeting. I always prefer to deal with things through a plan and a strategy for the future, and that is our job for strategic direction of the city. I think that dealing with a parking shortfall within the city through budgeting is a blunt instrument for dealing with the parking issues that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. I'm now going to put item 12.5 to the vote. Councillors, please cast your votes. All right, the votes are in. Item 12.5 has been carried 6 votes to 2. Those in favour were Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Waugh, Councillor Cridland, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Choi and Councillor Coveney. Those against were myself, and the screen's gone blank, but was it Councillor Navard? Yeah. All right, thank you. Okay, so now we move on to the next item to be withdrawn this evening. Sorry, not withdrawn, next item on the agenda this evening, which is another notice of motion from Councillor Bronwyn Waugh entitled Mayoral Reporting. Councillor Waugh, once again, we've got the one that was published in the agenda, but we've also got a revised version that I received, at least, on yesterday. Which one do you intend to move?
The amended motion, thank you.
All right, then perhaps if you can read that one, and then we'll see about a seconder.
Thank you. So my amended motion reads that Council resolves that at each ordinary council meeting, the Mayor or Deputy Mayor acting in the position of the Mayor will present a report of the mayoral engagements and meetings attended by the Mayor in his or her capacity as Mayor since the last council meeting. Such reports to include a summary of the events attended and persons met with by the Mayor in his or her capacity as Mayor since the last council meeting, specifically noting interactions with members of the community relevant to matters that have been or are likely to come before council. An overview of the key, an overview of the key issues, initiatives and matters that the Mayor has been addressing in his or her capacity as Mayor since the last council meeting. And number 3, such reports will be presented at item 3, announcements from the presiding member on the ordinary council meeting agenda in accordance with the City of South Perth Standing Orders Local Law Clause 5.2, subsection 1, Order of Business.
Thank you. Councillors, does anyone wish to second this notice of motion? Councillor Cridland? Councillor Waugh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am very pleased to bring this motion forward today, and I believe it will enhance both the transparency and the efficiency of how we as a council communicate with each other and with our community. The motion proposes that at each ordinary council meeting, the Mayor or Deputy Mayor acting in that position will present a report summarising the Mayor's engagements and meetings since the last council meeting. This will serve several important purposes, not just for us as a council, but for the community that we represent. First and foremost, this report presents an excellent opportunity for the Mayor to highlight all of the hard work and dedication that goes into his role every month. Our Mayor is constantly engaging with the community groups, representing the city at various events and addressing key issues on behalf of the residents of South Perth. This report will give him the chance to share the many ways that he is working tirelessly behind the scenes to represent and advocate for our community's best interests. It's also about accountability and transparency, principles that I know all of us value very deeply. When we as a council communicate effectively with each other, it builds trust, it fosters collaboration, and it helps to ensure that we are all moving in the same direction with the same understanding of what's happening in the community. The public deserves to know what their elected representatives are actively engaged in addressing their concerns, and a regular report on mayoral engagements offers an efficient way to make that happen. Furthermore, it will keep us, as councillors, well informed about the Mayor's activities, particularly those that are relevant to matters coming before council. Often the Mayor engages with community members, stakeholders and various organisations on issues that directly affect the work that we do here in this chamber. So by having a concise report of those interactions and the issues discussed, we will be better equipped to understand the context of decisions that we are making and to have a holistic view of the concerns and aspirations of our community. And indeed, there was an example just earlier this afternoon where you had mentioned, Mr Mayor, in respect to the e-scooter motion, that you had been involved in some events and you were aware that this was potentially behind the scenes happening, but we weren't aware, so it may address that issue. Equally important is the reporting mechanism will streamline the sharing of information. Rather than relying on separate conversations or piecemeal updates, we can centralise the important details into a single, concise report delivered at the beginning of each meeting. This ensures that all councillors, regardless of their other responsibilities or time constraints, have the same access to this vital information. It's an efficient and a practical solution, and one that I think will benefit all of us. The regular reporting will give us a chance to hear about the key issues, initiatives and actions that the Mayor is addressing, whether it's advocacy for local infrastructure, engagement with the state representatives or addressing and pressing community concerns. It's important for us to have a shared understanding of the priorities being addressed on behalf of the City of South Perth. This also provides the community with the reassurance that we are continuously working to serve in their best interests. So I am confident that this will create a greater sense of unity and a shared purpose among us as councillors and provide valuable insights into how we can better support the Mayor in carrying out his role. It will also allow us to be more proactive in our roles, helping us to address the emerging issues and opportunities in a timely manner, and perhaps preventing emotion. In summary, this motion is about promoting transparency, enhancing collaboration and improving communication, values that are essential to benefit effective governance. And I strongly believe that this practice will not only benefit the council, but it will also strengthen the trust and the engagement between us and the community that we are all here to serve. So I respectfully request your support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Cridland.
Well, 9:20, I think it's time. I spoke for a long time because I haven't said much tonight. I've let the rest of you all talk. No, but seriously, I want to go home. So I'll be very brief. This has happened before, so it can happen again. Under the previous mayor, when I was the deputy, we would give a little bit of a report. Not a lot, but just to let people know what was going on. In particular, this time of year, the mayor gets invited to a huge amount of stuff. And it's just nice to know what's been happening, and in the event that the mayor's not there, when the deputy fills in, it also gives you a bit of an idea of the issues that are happening. Obviously, not all of it can be in public because some of it is in gestation, but it's just a way of ensuring that there is information flow to the councillors. So I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak against the notice of motion? Does anyone else wish to speak in favour? Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be brief. I I think 12.6 is, like has been said, is a good idea. I think it's a simple and positive opportunity to particularly strengthen our connections as a team of elected members. We're all very busy individuals, sometimes not aware of things that are happening in the community until we sort of either read about them in My South Perth or hear about them from another elected member. And a simple summary update from our leader, Mayor or Deputy Mayor, in whoever it may be at the time, I think is a really wonderful way to keep updated with the highlights of community groups, etc. I see this as a positive way to foster relationships not only amongst ourselves, but also the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, anyone else wish to speak either for or against? Councillor Choi?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I believe the Mayor is in a unique position in contrast to the rest of Council, and I understand that this city used to have a mayoral report in the past, and I understand so do some other local governments, including currently. And I think one that I saw recently was at the City of Kwinana, where it's not called a mayoral report, it's like a mayoral report, but it's included under mayoral announcements on their council agenda. I also note that some of the inner city working groups publish their meeting outcomes on their website, or I think it's included in the council agenda. I did see it somewhere previously, and I did raise it some time ago, because I had queried as, why don't we publish ours? The outcomes for when our Mayor and CEO meets with those groups. But in any case, we now have this motion in front of us, and for the reasons that's already been provided, and for what I've just outlined and some of the queries I have raised in the past, I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Councillors, anyone else wish to speak either for or against? No? I'll say a few words for whatever they're worth. But before I do, thank you to Councillor Waugh and to Councillor Cridland for your kind words. They're appreciated. I'm fine with the revised notice of motion. I'm happy with either the revised notice of motion or the officer recommendation. I actually think that we could have just short-circuited this whole process just by a couple of conversations. We had the original notice of motion lodged, and the officers obviously prepared a report that's before us at the moment, pointing out a few problems with the original version. For example, Clause 2C of the original motion required disclosure of any meetings or discussions with politicians, donors to the mayoral campaign, lobbyists, persons or groups, or any other person seeking to influence the outcome of any decision to be taken by council. And the officer report said that at page 107, it would seem unreasonable if only one elected member would be required to report on such interactions, and stated that it would seem reasonable that all elected members would be covered by the same reporting requirements. And I guess, at least in relation to the original motion, that made perfect sense. At least one member of council is going to be a candidate at the March 2025 state election, and one can reasonably assume that anyone in that position is potentially going to be receiving donations. And equally, there are 4 members of the council who are members of the Liberal Party. I think we've got a branch president. I think we've got a member of the Constitutional and Drafting Committee. One could reasonably assume that other elected members are potentially meeting with politicians. So as you know, on Friday, I emailed everyone an amended motion that would have made Councillor Waugh's original motion applicable to all elected members equally. I had my concerns, same as the city officers, about some aspects of the original notice of motion, but I figured if council was going to vote for it, it might as well apply to everyone equally. Yesterday we did get, at least that's when I got it, I don't know if anyone got it before then, but we received an email from Councillor Waugh which contained a significantly amended version of her original motion. Part 2B was deleted, Part 2C was deleted. In fact, the new motion looks very, very similar to the suggested officer recommendation appearing at page 109 of the agenda. It's only really the drafting of Clause 2 that's a little bit different, but hey, I don't mind, pass either version. I'm happy with either. What I'm trying to say, and it comes back to a bit of a theme that I've been talking about throughout this evening, is the process might have been easier and more efficient for everyone involved if we just had a few conversations before raising the notice of motion. In the present case, the City Administration has had to research 31 other local governments to see if what was said about other councils potentially having a policy or having these requirements was a thing. Cities had to prepare the publicly available report and pointing out some of the original concerns. That they've even prepared a suggested officer recommendation to remedy what the administration said were the original problems. I prepared my speaking notes for the night based on the original motion. Maybe some of you did as well, I don't know. And then it all changed yesterday. And I've got no problem with the current motion. I don't think it's necessary. If any one of you had asked, Mayor Milner, can we have a report at the start of council meetings and you can tell us what engagements you've been to and what you've attended, I would have said yes. So that's... I guess all I'm saying is I'll foreshadow the suggested officer recommendation if the current motion fails. I'm fine with either. Vote for this one if you want to vote for this one, that's good. Let's just be a little bit more thoughtful about how we go about raising notices of motion in the future, because I think we're burning up a significant amount of opportunity cost at the moment, and it's time and resources that could be otherwise spent on delivering good things for our community. And I'm sure we can all agree on that. So happy to support this one. That's me. Does anyone else want to speak either for or against? Nope. Councillor Waugh, I don't think anyone's disagreed with you, but if you'd like to wind up, you can.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I appreciate that. Look, just once again, I actually submitted this amendment on Thursday of last week. So I had anticipated that it would have been in the agenda, and then when I realised it wasn't, I circulated it to everybody to draw it to their notice. So perhaps we may need to look at the processes for circulating amendments, because I did circulate these quite some time ago. But ultimately, I'm really grateful to have a formalised process to make sure that that reporting is done. And as I said earlier, I really do think that this is an excellent opportunity to not only showcase the work that you're doing on behalf of the council within the community, but also to foster the unity and the collaboration and the trust between us as a council. So I do encourage everybody to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, I'm putting the revised version of item 12.6 to the vote. Please cast your votes. And that was unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We now move on to item 12.7, which is a notice from Councillor Nick Coveney entitled Expression of Interest for Floating Venue Trial at Coode Street Jetty. Councillor Coveney, I assume you want to move that?
Yes, please, with one tweak, if I may, and I promise it's not substantial, so don't shoot me.
Perhaps you can tell us what that tweak is.
The tweak is at paragraph 3, replacing the words report back to simply say feedback. So it's a less formal mechanism that I think makes life easier for everybody.
All right, so in paragraph 3, we're deleting the words a report back and just replacing it with feedback.
Yes, thank you.
All righty. Let's see if someone's willing to second that. Would anyone like to second? Councillor Waugh, Councillor Coveney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Residents tell me that they want more casual dining restaurants by the water at Node 2. For example, the Rowing Pavilion in Mount Pleasant, the Shore House in Swanbourne and in City Beach, where there's a collection of options in Odyssey, Hamptons, Voyage and Clancy's. The competitive advantage of Node 2 to those venues is a superior view of the Perth CBD skyline, its location approximately halfway between the South Perth Peninsula and Optus Stadium, the pre-existing pedestrian pathways and bike paths, the pre-existing car park, and it being sufficiently situated from residents to avoid noise concerns or block anyone's views. Our strategic documents specifically support more food and beverage outlets at Node 2. The foreshore plan states that one of the strategies for Node 2 is a choice of food and beverage outlets. The DBCA's Perth Water Action Plan states the city should investigate more permanent restaurant offerings at Node 2. And the Coode Street Engagement Outcomes Report states that one of the priorities for Node 2 is increased food and beverage options. This makes sense given the limitations of the existing options at Node 2. The street's food trucks are seasonal, only operate in the evenings and don't serve alcohol and can't protect patrons from the weather. The acai corner only operates in the mornings and lunch, only offers acai bowls and coffee, and again can't protect patrons from the weather. And the Boat Shed restaurant is not open for lunch and dinner every day of the week, and at least for some residents is more perceived as a formal special occasion dining venue for things like weddings. So therein lies a gap that the outcomes report identified. When I first discussed this motion with the administration about 4 months ago, my suggestion was an EOI for a permanent cafe restaurant, and it was their preference for something more temporary. My view is the outcomes report supports both. I say this because there were 9 stakeholder events for the outcomes report, with only 3 of those events having more than 15 people attend. The largest events were the community survey with 853 responses, the design forum with 221 responses, and the pop-up event with 160 responses. The responses from those events were predominantly from residents who live in our city and who visited the foreshore at least weekly. The community survey, which garnered the 853 responses, clearly supported a permanent cafe restaurant 3 to 4, Mark McGowan levels of popularity. Nevertheless, the subsequent design forum and pop-up event, the next highest attended events, only asked set questions about non-permanent options. In other words, the idea of permanency was dropped despite the community survey results. Which brings me to the point about this particular motion and why I'm seeking a floating venue trial as opposed to something on land. It's because we can test the idea of whether the community supports another cafe restaurant in real time without the permanency of bricks and mortar. We know that there are examples of floating food and beverage venues in Australia, such as the Raft in Perth, the Island in Sydney, and Arbury Afloat in Melbourne. These aren't party boats, they're restaurant bars on water. A place to enjoy a nice meal and a drink over lunch or dinner with a city view with family and friends. The boat shed sits to the left of the Coode Street Jetty. A floating venue sitting centre or to the right of the jetty would not block the boat shed views and in fact would draw new patrons to the boat shed and other hospitality operators in and around the city of South Perth. For example, the cluster of restaurant bars at City Beach and at Cottesloe. The City of Perth, with all their hospitality offerings, have just announced South Bank, and Crown, with all their hospitality offerings, have just announced plans for more. Why this trial is important now is because we're doing the concept plans for Node 2 next year, and presumably if there is to be another permanent cafe restaurant, that ought to be included in those plans. Even if you aren't with me about another permanent cafe restaurant, it can be undisputed from the outcomes report that a temporary food beverage option is supported, and therefore what I'm proposing now is entirely consistent with the outcomes report. There is little to no risk in this motion. If the DBCA doesn't support it, it doesn't proceed. If there isn't an uptake from the EOI, it doesn't proceed. And if the community doesn't support it following a trial, well, then it doesn't run again. There simply is nothing controversial about this. Residents tell me they are sick and tired of this council being boring and uninspired. They want fresh energy, they want innovation, and they want leadership. We have the most incredible asset in our foreshore, and it's time we start using it to its full potential.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Councillor Wall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Once again, I'm very happy to be supporting this motion tonight. In my view, it aligns perfectly with the vision in the City of South Perth foreshore strategy and management plan, particularly in activating Node 2, which has long been identified as an area with significant potential for greater community use and enjoyment. The proposal, in my view, has several key benefits. First and foremost, it provides what I think is a really exciting opportunity to enhance the vibrancy and the attractiveness of the Coode Street Jetty precinct. A floating venue is likely to attract people to the foreshore, activating the area in a way that aligns with both our city's strategic objectives and the outcomes identified in the DBCA's Perth Water Action Plan. By offering a temporary food and beverage venue, we can create a focal point for both locals and visitors, encouraging more frequent use of this beautiful area, which in turn will also benefit the local economy. Councillor Coveney's motion very wisely falls into a call for an EOI process. So this allows us to test the waters, so to speak, before committing to anything long term. And I think that this is a really pragmatic approach, ensuring that any potential venue is assessed on its merits, fits within the character of the foreshore, and is backed by the community support. So it also aligns with the City of South Perth Coode Street Engagement Outcomes Report, which highlighted the community's desire for more activation and amenities in this part of our city. The floating venue trial, in my view, represents a new and an innovative way to increase activation on the riverfront while respecting the environmental sensitivities on the area. The fact that it's temporary allows us to assess the impacts, both positive and negative, over a defined period of time, providing valuable feedback and data that we can then use to inform our future decisions. So this proposal doesn't just benefit local business and residents, but it also enhances our city's broader appeal. With a floating venue, it's likely that we will attract broader visitors from other areas, strengthening our position as a destination and supporting our tourism and hospitality sectors. It'll also encourage greater use of the river as a transport and recreation route, and in keeping with the wider objectives of the Perth Water Action Plan. So Councillor Coveney's motion is both thorough and thoughtful, and ensuring that if we proceed, it's done with full cooperation and support of the relevant state authorities, including the DBCA. The request for in-principle support from these agencies, as well as a report back to Council in February, demonstrates the careful consideration behind this proposal. It gives us the opportunity to seek feedback and to collaborate with other stakeholders to make sure that the project, if it is realised, is a success. Additionally, this motion strikes the right balance between innovation and responsibility. It provides flexibility for the city to explore new ways of activating our foreshore, whilst also ensuring that any proposals go through a robust process of assessment and consultation before anything is approved. So, in summary, I consider that this motion represents a forward-thinking approach to placemaking and foreshore activation. It is consistent with our long-term strategic plans, it respects the environmental significance of the area, and it introduces an exciting new opportunity for residents and visitors. So, for these reasons, I strongly support this motion, and I do urge my fellow councillors to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak against the the notice of motion? Nope. Does anyone else wish to speak in favour? Councillor Choi, fire away with the question.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So I'm just looking at a couple of things. I've just reread the notice of motion recommendation. Says that Council 1 requests the CEO to write the department, and then under 2 it says that Council, if support is forthcoming, preparing EOI documents. I'm just ensuring that Council is not going to be preparing the EOI document, because to me that's how it reads.
Who should I send that to?
I don't think we're able to do that.
Mr Adams or Miss Amprimo? That's how I read it. At paragraph 2, it's saying prepare the EOI document. Yes, that's how I read it. But I'll defer to the administration.
So, yeah, it should say that request, if support is forthcoming, request the CEO to prepare an EOI document.
All right, thank you, Mr Adams.
Which is how we would interpret it.
Councillor Coveney?
All right. I'd seek to move that amendment, if appropriate now, with that additional wording.
I'll just check with governance. Debate has begun.
It can just be, those words can just be added in with the approval of the mover and the seconder.
All right. What words do you want to add in there, Councillor Coveney?
I'd like to add to the second paragraph, after if support is forthcoming, add the words request the CEO before the word prepare.
Request the CEO. Councillor Waugh, you happy with that? All right. So that's resolved. Councillor Choi, did you have your hand up there?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. So thanks for that. I thought it was maybe just the way I was interpreting it or reading it. Any case, it's been resolved. And the other question I had was regarding the report back, but Councillor Coveney has resolved that with amending it to feedback, so that's fine. My third question was, is the motion as presented practically achievable, given the Coode Street Jetty and waterway is not a city, but rather is a state government asset managed by a state-run agency? For example, will the relevant agency let the city undertake an EOI process on their behalf, or would that be beyond this council and city's scope and powers?
Mr Bradford.
We'll find out when we write to them and discuss it with them.
All right. Does anyone wish to speak for or against? Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's late. I'll be quick. I just want to add, like others have said, this is another really exciting motion brought by Councillor Coveney, just to add to the vibrancy of our city, a diversity and a point of difference. And I think this is broad enough to have many opportunities within the scope. So I think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, anyone want to speak for or against who hasn't already spoken? Councillor Choi.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I did ask questions before, but didn't actually say a position. So I will now support it now that I've asked those questions and received those answers. Because this is a trial, it will likely take some time in any case. I don't think there's any sort of limit. I don't think Councillor Cummings put any sort of report back or limit on a report back February 25, regardless of the outcome. So that's fine. So again, I wouldn't agree, for any pressure we put on the city or to put anything out there straight away, especially when we know there is a no to Coode Street plan potentially on the agenda, for the part of the budget next year. So that this could very well converge with that at some point. And I know it may take the state some time to come back to the city and for any sort of liaisons to happen there. So yeah, I will, on that basis, I will support this and wait to hear back from the city.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Councillors, anyone wish to speak either for or against? I'll speak for. Councillor Choi already asked the question that I had. I'm speaking without notes here because I quite frankly ran out of time. Do I like the broad concept? Yes, I do. I have seen I assume they're school graduations, maybe they're just school discos or something, but I see events where something like the Crystal Swan goes out onto the Swan River with a bunch of young people having a good time on there, and what a wonderful experience. I mean, wouldn't that be a lovely thing to see more often on the Swan River? So I'm very much in favour of let's see where this broad concept can go. I'm not sure if this is necessarily the right way to go about it. I'm conscious that we don't own the relevant asset. We don't own Coode Street Jetty. We wouldn't be the lead agency in terms of the decision making. I think that would probably be the DBCA. I don't know if we're going to get the support from DBCA and the other government agencies that running the EOI, their support is necessary before we can proceed. I do wonder, in terms of the businesses that I assume would be wanting to put in an expression of interest, I do wonder how motivated they're going to be to spend resources on a really schmicko pitch to us in circumstances where we're not the lead agency and we're not going to be the decision maker. But the notice of motion has been raised. I've got to make a decision on it. So on balance, I'll vote for it. But again, just to stick to my theme of the evening, I do wonder whether or not this is something we might have benefited from discussing at a councillor workshop before this specific notice of motion was raised. But let's see where it goes. That's me. Does anyone else want to speak either for or against? Nope. Councillor Coveney, I don't think anyone spoke against, but you're welcome to wind up.
There's nothing further, thank you.
All right, I'll put item 12.7 to the vote. Councillors, please cast your votes. And that was unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, that brings us to item 13, which is questions from members. Item 13.1 is responses to previous questions from members taken on notice. That's nil. Item 13.2 is questions from members. Are there any questions from members this evening? Councillor Choi.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And this is my first, I've got, I think, three. My first question is just following on from some of the feedback council's been receiving in relation to these notice of motions this evening. So as the city is aware, I recently submitted a notice of motion with the intent for council to consider introducing a catio rebate scheme pursuant to the newly adopted CATS Local Law 2024 tonight for inclusion in next year's annual budget. So following feedback from, as I've said, the Mayor and CEO last week, I just want to confirm with the City, since that conversation, that if I do not table this motion next month, as I originally planned, that this will still be listed for inclusion for discussion in early 2025 as part of the annual budget workshops.
Mr Adams.
So as part of the budget process, we seek input from elected members as to any initiatives they want discussed at those budget workshops. We'll make sure that that's one of the initiatives that's scheduled for discussion at one of those budget workshops.
Thank you, Mr Adams. Councillor Choi?
Oh yes, thank you, through the Chair to Director Adams. And so my second question was, can the city let us know where the asset management, what's happening in the asset management space and what is happening with the draft community facilities plan as well?
Should I send that to Ms Amprimo?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll certainly deal with the first part of it. So I think council were updated a while ago on the fact that we had changed the structure and the emphasis on asset management within the last year. And as part of that process, we've done some benchmarking around our maturity in asset management, and we've come up with a development plan to improve that maturity. So that has been a little bit of a reshape on how we're addressing things. We've recently signed off on the steps that we're going to take to improve our maturity, and we're looking to come back to council with a workshop probably early next year ahead of the budget setting process, just to update council on where we're at with asset management.
Thank you, Ms Amprimo. Mr Bradford?
With regard to the Community Recreation Facilities Plan, we're looking at scheduling a further workshop with councillors for that. And I think it's going to be in November, but I'm not certain.
Thank you. Councillor Choi?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, for council's indulgence. My last question of the evening. I know we all want to go home. We'll have dinner first. What is the status of the new community centre and Dome Cafe at the Old Manning Library site, and what is the community centre meant to comprise of, please?
Mr Adams or Mr Bradford? Mr Adams.
So the Dome development is looking at opening in November. They're currently completing, together with the city, completing some landscaping and some footpath works and some finalising of the interior fit out. What's been built is as per the plan, so there's a community meeting room in there as per the plans. I think the plans were made available to council, and if not, we can put them on the hub.
Thank you, Mr Adams. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Mavard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Does the city have access to any current data in relation to vacancy rates for untenanted rentals, excluding short-term stay data?
Ms Mellon, is that?
I'll have a crack.
Oh, Mr Bradford.
I don't think the city has any access to any data. I'd suggest you look at REWA. They publish vacancy rates pretty regularly on a weekly basis, but we don't hold that data.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. Any further questions, councillors? No. Okay. That brings us to item 14, which is new business of an urgent nature, introduced by decision of the meeting, which is nil for this evening. Item 15 is meeting closed to the public, if there was any reason to close the meeting, but there's not, so we're not. And item 16 is closure. So I declare this meeting closed at, well, before I declare the meeting closed, thank you all for your attendance and participation. I declare the meeting closed at 9:52 p.m. Thank you all and good night.